fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything else. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God. Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
It's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go. Oh no.
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
So far, the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries presented by Kincrome Tools has visited some iconic international circuits, including Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium, last week the 25 plus 170 turn Nürburgring circuit, and this week we are off to the Circuit de la Sarthe, the venue of the classic Le Mans 24-hour for some GT3 endurance racing. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lockie Mansell. Welcome to round number 4 of the Speed Cafe GT3 E-Series presented by Kincrome Tools at the classic Circuit de la Sarthe venue in Le Mans. We won't be going for 24 hours tonight, but what we will be doing is we'll be running a 2-hour race with a 16-hour time cycle. So there'll be racing in both light and dark conditions for our drivers to contend with. Joining me in commentary tonight is Ryan Jones. And Ryan, as part of a blockbuster 3-hour telecast this evening, we will be bringing you not just qualifying, but the race as well.
Yeah, going to be a great race. I'm glad to be back. I really enjoyed last time out at Nordschleife. That was a crazy race, some huge twists and turns in that one. That was the first Enduro of the season, backing it up with back-to-back Enduros at 2 iconic circuits. So if we get half the drama of that race, this should be an all-time thriller. But that 16-hour cycle in a 2-hour window is going to make things very interesting. The track is going to change incredibly quickly, and drivers going to have their work cut out for them to keep up with how that track changes and how the grip level is going to fluctuate over the course of the race.
One of the big talking points in the rounds that we've had for the Speed Cafe E-Series so far has been tyre management and fuel management, and that will be a factor again tonight. The drivers will have to be on their toes when it comes to race strategy, as per usual. We are expecting there to be at least one safety car throughout proceedings this evening, so when that falls, will definitely play a factor when it comes to pit strategy. It's been a pretty tightly contested championship so far. Job Stewart was a fairly comprehensive winner in the opening 2 rounds. However, last week at the Nürburgring, he had a very, very tough evening, finished all the way down in 19th position, and that has tightened things up significantly at the top of the championship standings. Coming into tonight, it's only 11.5 points separating Job Stewart from Paul Auditore. Now, the interesting thing there, Ryan, is that Auditore has not won any races yet. He hasn't even finished on the podium, but he has been the only driver who's finished in the top 10 in all 3 rounds of the championship so far, and that consistency is paying dividends for him. Reece Cohen is 3rd in the points table, ahead of Kane Thornhill and Jack Boyd. Jeremy Clark, the big mover, up the leaderboard after taking the win at the Nürburgring last week, bolting up to 6th position. And then it's John Martin, Robert Chrisdale, Andre Heimgartner, and Jackson Suzlin Harlow completing your top 10 in the standings.
Interesting to note, Heimgartner there in 9th. He wasn't seen last time out, but he is back today. So he has an opportunity to climb a little bit higher up in the standings. And Jackson Susan Harlow in 10th is surprisingly a long way down the order, isn't he? He's a very quick driver. When he's in the top 10 in the standings, you often see him at the top 10, not at the back. And getting a bit of the grass on the entry of the chicane there. Keeping the tyres cool. That's a strategy that's been seen a few times in the real world. And I don't know if it works quite in iRacing. I do know in iRacing, though, that the grip level out on the grass and the gravel is almost non-existent. And once you touch it, you're 9 times out of 10 going for a big old slide that will not abate any speed whatsoever. So keeping it on the black stuff today can be extremely important. Shane Van Gisbergen joining Andre Heimgartner and returning to the series here at Le Mans. Interesting to note, Van Gisbergen slated at the moment to be running in another Le Mans event, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, he is out there now, so obviously he is competing in this event. And so the other Le Mans event that you were referring to, possibly he's not actually due for a stint right now, which obviously gives him the opportunity to compete in this event instead.
Or he's one of the very few drivers high-profile drivers that aren't running in it.
So, Kincrome have been the loyal sponsor of this series, and they've put up some fantastic prizes for our highest placed amateur drivers in each of the 3 rounds that we've had so far. And the prize for tonight's highest placed amateur driver is a Kincrome combination spanner metric set valued at $259. So, good luck to the amateur drivers. They will be competing for that prize. Of course, the overall winner of the championship in terms of the amateur drivers is going to receive a complete Kincrome tool set valued at $2,500. So a very cool prize on the line for our highest placed amateur drive when we get to the end of this competition. There's James Scott, who last participated in this series 2 rounds ago at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, running a BMW Z4 GT3 for the Altus Esports team. And one of the interesting things tonight, Ryan, is that at the Le Mans circuit, we are accustomed to seeing GT spec cars competing, but we're not so used to seeing GT3 spec cars competing.
Yeah, GTE, LMP1, LMP2, they're the cars you usually see here at Circuit de la South. And as you mentioned, using a GT3 car, which very similar to the GTE, but the key thing being, well, the fuel tank's smaller for one, but also you can't carry as much speed through the corners. There's less downforce on the cars, and so the grip level's not quite there. The lap times are a little bit slower. Top speed are about the same, but it's through the corners that you definitely struggle for a bit of a grip and ultimate top speed. Going to be an adjustment for some of the guys that have put in many, many thousands of laps in the enduro machinery around here. But I think given the length of practice they've had in a 30-minute qualifying session, they should be able to adapt pretty well. Thing to note with the 30-minute qualifying session, it's only worth about, 6 or 7 laps, given the length of the circuit.
Correct. And on each of those laps, there are opportunities to chalk up infringements with off-track excursions or other breaches of track limits. So it's one of the things that the drivers will have to be mindful of, along with making sure that you don't shunt the thing, as we see James Scott doing just that on the exit of pit lane, losing it coming out of the S's and firing it into the Armco.
And the Armco encroaches a long way around this racetrack at very close proximity to the racing surface. So it's a very unforgiving track, which is a bit troublesome when you do host such a long endurance race it's here. But it adds to the prestige and the difficulty of the circuit. As you see Joe Stewart on his first lap, so this is a timed lap for him. Although, actually, I believe he began this one down in pit road. Practice is going to get advanced here. We're going to begin qualifying now. And Joe Stewart's going to get dumped back to pit lane. And we're going to see a whole host of cars rushing out of the lane here.
Yeah, so traffic management's going to be a bit of a factor here as well. Look at this. It's going to be absolute peak hour traffic as everybody tries to get out of the pits all at once. There's actually an argument, Ryan, in this situation here for maybe just hanging back a little bit and not rushing to get yourself out onto the circuit, because all that the driver's going to achieve by doing this is they're going to trip over one another coming out of the pits. Certainly what they need to be looking to do now is just give each other a bit of space, focus on properly warming up the tyres on their out lap, and then making sure that they've got some clear track for when they begin their first flying lap.
Yeah, exactly. The toe, the draft, the slipstream, whatever you want to call it, is going to be extremely powerful here, especially so that Mulsanne straight, now separated into 2 halves, or 3 halves even, thanks to the chicanes. But getting in the wake of someone is going to give you massive, massive benefits to your total lap time, with the big caveat of not being held up to the tight, twisty sections. Now, you see at the moment, there's Harlow ahead of a train. I'm sure that's going to change up by the end of this lap. But the other thing, in terms of warming tyres, Lachlan, they should pretty much just naturally warm themselves up, because it's such a long lap. By the time you reach the end, if you're running at 75% speed, they're going to warm up. You've got to be careful you don't wear them out.
Yeah, good point there. So it's a fine balance, isn't it, between making sure you've got enough temperature in your tyres but not unnecessarily wearing them down. We can see that Jackson, Souzel and Harlow is doing the weaving left and right to try and generate some tyre temperature. We ride on board with Shane Van Gisbergen, who is behind the wheel of the McLaren MP412C GT3 car. The same as the model in which he won the Bathurst 12-hour, of course, back in 2016 alongside Jonathan Webb and Alvaro Perret.
Running a car he's very familiar in, and so he shouldn't have too many issues getting accustomed to the handling as he switches between a different car every day, it seems, on the iRacing service, always keeping busy as he gets back into the racing mood ahead of his return to the track in a couple of weeks' time out there in the real world. Motorsport is back here in Australia as well, important to note. Came back yesterday for the first broadcasted event.
Indeed, at Sydney Motorsport Park, round number 4 of the MRA, the Motor Racing Australia Series, which featured some state-level motorsport categories, including Hyundai XLs and Nissan Pulsars. But even despite the fact that it was a state-level event, some quite high-profile drivers turned out, including a couple of drivers that you and I have called on iRacing, Anton De Pasquale and Brock Feeney, who actually teamed up to win the 1-hour XL Enduro yesterday morning.
Should also note that it was you behind the microphone for that entire 9-hour event, so good job on that.
Thank you.
So it's probably still recovering.
Yeah, for those of you who tuned into the final round of the Circuit XL A-Series last night and noticed that my voice was sounding a little bit second-hand, that was why. So we continue to ride on board with Shane Van Gisbergen, just negotiating his way through the right-hander at Arnage at the moment, and then you head up into the Porsche curbs, which are very fast and flowing high-speed corners with a bit of undulations as well. And then after you've negotiated your way through the Porsche curves, you head into the Ford chicane, which leads you back onto the main straight here at the Circuit de La Sarbe. So when we think of Le Mans, we think of a very long circuit with some very long straights, the Mulsanne straights, which are separated by a couple of chicanes. But then there's these faster and more flowing sections, and then the lap finishes with a couple of very tight and technical sections as well, which is what Shane is negotiating his way through at the moment.
Look at the flames out the back of that McLaren. Never get sick of it. Now he's going to back himself up and then launch out of that final chicane with all the power under that right foot to get the best run he can out onto this main straight, and thus begins his titanic lap of this circuit. First lap might not be the quickest, especially given he's not in the best of places in regards to lap traffic or slower cars. The first one, the Audi, dives out of the way, but Now he's got a Mercedes to contend with.
Good job from Brady Carr there, just to notice that SVG was on a hot lap and getting out of the way. And I think that's Stephen Johnson in the Mercedes that he's just coming up behind him there. It is the famous number 17 on the door of that Mercedes-Benz, which Stephen Johnson has been driving throughout the speedcafe.com E-Series, and SVG was going to slingshot past Stevie J, and now has some more clear track at his disposal as he heads back onto the Mulsanne straight.
He was in a spot there for a moment to get a really good tow, but unfortunately, as he backs out of it here, he's not going to continue with this lap. Unfortunately, he got such a good run through that corner that he was by Stevie J before the straight barely even began. And I also noticed as we went on board, as we went by, Johnson's got damage to the front of his car, so he probably will want to get a tow back to pit lane if he wants to put it in a competitive lap time. As we look further ahead on the track and jump on board with Jack Boyd, who's switching positions here with that BMW in front of him.
So these two drivers seem to be working together, perhaps just to try and share the slipstream backwards and forwards between one another and see if they can help each other out, which might not be such a bad tactic for this session, given the long straights that we're dealing with. So Jack Boyd tucked up behind the BMW, and that therein though lies the problem. While you might get a bit of an advantage with the tow on the straight, you can very easily lose it if you get forked up through the corners. So
behind them.
Yeah, ideally you want to try and find a drafting partner who's capable of doing similar times to what you are. Just having a look at our timing screen for this session, Ryan, and so far nobody's actually recorded an official lap time as of yet because everybody's been on outlaps. We're still going to be waiting another minute or so before we see the first times appearing on the board. And in terms of the championship, then the qualifying, even though it's long races and where you start might not necessarily be that important in terms of your chances for the race, there are 10 championship points up for grabs for pole position. And while that might not sound like that much, when you consider that the margin from first to second in the championship is only 11.5 points after 3 rounds, the 10 points that you may or may not get for pole could make all the difference at the end of the season.
Yeah, indeed. We often see championships coming right down the wire. Every little point matters. That's why when you make a mistake, sometimes you end up way back in the field. You've got to keep fighting for every little thing you can. And this is why qualifying is so important to have championship contenders. That pole could be worth a lot. If you get a few poles, it really starts to add up come the end of the season. Also, remember, last week, our Enduro, we mentioned 1.5 time points on offer. Same thing remains in place for this one. So, an extra value added to each place in the running order. Jeff Connell puts the first lap time down. Job Stewart has been blistering on this lap. He's clawed up to the back of Andre Heimgartner as well since getting by Batty and Boyd. He registers a time, only good enough for third though, and it's a second off James Scott, who ends up quickest.
Yeah, so some times now starting to appear on the board. So James Scott, 3 minute 56.9 in the Altus Esports BMW, and he now gets eclipsed though by his teammate Jackson Suzlin Harlow in the Altus Esports Audi R8, who goes to the top with a 3 minute 56.0 lap time. We see Macaulay Jones in the Cool Drive Mercedes AMG GT3 heading out of the pits to start putting some laps together as well. And yeah, as mentioned, Shane Van Gisbergen not putting a lap time down because he elected to abort his lap. So again, they are quite long laps around this circuit as well. So a bit like, maybe not quite to the extent that we saw at the Nürburgring last week, but yeah, the fact that it is such a long lap around here means that in terms of pit strategy, if you can save a lap's worth of fuel in the race, that's going to give you quite a big advantage at some point.
Dalton Ellery's in a good spot here behind Ray Oliver. He's not been held up yet on this lap, and he's in the perfect range to get the maximum tow effect down this straight as I run towards Indianapolis. Now the question lies, does Oliver get out of the way? Does Ellery get held up? Through there he's fine, but in a moment he's going to get right up under that rear wing. See, he's going to get held up here. Has to brake early.
And again, because it is such a large field of cars, we've got 46 cars out on the circuit in this session as well. Very easy to get held up by traffic or by slower cars if you end up in the wrong position. Dalton Ellery did a good job last week, managed to finish inside the top 10. Dalton Ellery is, of course, the main series organiser of the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries, and he's also the son of three-time Bathurst 1000 podium finisher Stephen Ellery, who joins us in the field tonight as well.
Notice Jordan Boys is loading in as well, so he'll join the list of pros running tonight. Of course, he runs in the Super 2 Series, has done for a couple of years now.
Former round winner in the Australian Formula Ford Championship as well, Jordan Boys, and we saw that he appeared as a wildcard entry in one of the rounds of the Supercars E-Series, so good to see Jordan Boys, the Albury Wodonga driver, joining in for his first appearance in the Speed Cafe GT3 E-Series.
SBG seems like a popular fella. Look at the train he's got lined up behind him. Brady Carr, Robert Crisdale, Jeff Connell, Steve Johnson, Emerson Harvey, all distantly in the tow of one another. Those two guys right in behind him, though, Crisdale and Carr, they're getting a very nice tow.
So Brady Carr again running the Bostik Alternative Freight Services livery that we normally see being run by Tony Bates on his Audi R8 in the Bathurst 12 hour of the Australian GT Championship. And I actually sent a text message to Batesy about that car, and he had no idea that Brady Carr was running that livery on iRacing, but Tony was very impressed, and he actually said that that's some valuable sponsor that he can give back to his sponsors while the real-life Australian GT Championship's on hold.
Yeah, it's been good, hasn't it? To give the sponsors some exposure in some aspect, one they can't give it to them in the real life. You see a lot of real sponsors coming on board. The virtual cars, Macaulay Jones, of course, his car adorned in Cool Drive sponsorship. I mentioned Brady Carr as well. So it's been I think, eye-opening for a lot of people as well, the exposure that this can bring to sponsors. And I think moving forward, we'll continue to see sponsors wanting to utilize this aspect of the sport. This is a good lap from Van Gisbergen. This is a very good lap, and it's a pole lap. A 3-minute 55.772 puts him to the top.
So could we be on our way to our fourth different pole sitter from the 4 rounds of the Speed Cafe GT3 E-Series that we've had so far? Of course, round 1 at Indianapolis, it was Craig Edwards who was on pole. Job Stewart had pole for round 2 at Spa. Dylan Burst was the fastest qualifier in round 3 last week at the Nürburgring. And right now it's SVG who's on top of the timesheets. But we've still got 16 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this qualifying session.
Here's Kobe. That corner is one I always bring up through the course of an event at Le Mans, because it's actually deceptively tricky the way the tyre bundle edges in and encroaches on the outside of the racetrack. If you drift out wide, it's very easy to end up lazily putting your left side of your car into the tyre there and copying some pretty sizable damage. On the topic of Williams, he'll be thankful there's only one safety car today, after his mishap last time out.
Yes, and that seemed to happen whenever we went to the webcam, didn't it, last week? And we saw a couple of incidents for Kobe Williams, including under safety car conditions.
He's going to hate us for continuing to bring this up.
So he swings past the pit lane entry through the Ford chicane to negotiate his way back onto the main straight to complete another lap in qualifying. And right now, Kobe Williams is scored down 46th, so he hadn't actually set a time up to that point, but with that lap, it moves him up to 7th position, so good job there for young Kobe Williams. So the order at the moment, as we reach pretty much the halfway point of this qualifying session, it is Shane Van Gisbergen on top, 3 minutes 55.7. 3 tenths of a second back to Jackson Suzel and Harlow in second position. Then James Scott in third position. Blake Purdy, who dominated so much of the race last week at the Nürburgring, in fourth position at this stage. Back then to Jeff Connell in fifth, Job Stewart in sixth position, Kobe Williams seventh, Ian McMahon, Paul Auditore in ninth, and then Amrit Cardong rounding out the top 10 at this stage.
Here's Macca Jones, currently tucked in behind Collins. We've got a replay thanks to the simulation. What's happened here? This is on board with Collins in his Mercedes-AMG GT3, running down to the first chicane, the Mulsanne straight. On the exit, we hear something has occurred for Collins. Oh, a snap of oversteer. Corrects it well. But that's going to ruin that lap. Because that's going to hurt him all the way down to the next braking zone.
Exactly right. So that's one of the things that you do have to be careful of here. If you make a mistake on the exit of one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight, because the following straights are so long, it will cost you time for the entire length of that straight. So it really is about being smooth and precise on the exits of those chicanes to make sure that you're not giving away unnecessary time like what we saw Tyler Collins there. And Tyler Collins, another driver who's carrying a webcam for us tonight. Really, really good to see so many drivers embracing the webcams for us.
It is good. If I had it, though, I'd be... I certainly wouldn't have a feed of the stream up next to me. You know there's a few drivers that do, because they often react when they're on the stream. I think it adds a little pressure if you know you're on the broadcast and being featured. How was that slide? They're in Indianapolis, did a good job, but this lap, I think now, is well and truly being thrown away. Ooh, Macca had a spin. So his lap is down the drain. And he hasn't set a lap time yet, so with just 12 minutes remaining, he needs to get one in.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on a few drivers at the moment, so just having a look a bit further down, according to my count, there are actually 11 or 12 drivers who are not setting a lap yet. Of course, Kyle Greck won't be setting a lap because he's our safety car driver, but Stephen Ellery, Jordan Boys, Macaulay Jones, Barry Clinton, Stephen Johnson, Matt Lupino, Ben Darley, some big names who are yet to actually bank a lap time within this qualifying session. Here is Blake Purdy, a driver who could feel quite aggrieved to have not won the race at the Nürburgring last week. Everything looked to be going his way. He was on the optimum strategy. He had the fastest car in the race. He'd built up so much for lead that he was actually able to take on a fresh set of tyres in his final pit stop and not lose the lead. Such was the buffer that he built back to the rest of the field. But at the final safety car restart, got it all wrong. Got caught out on cold tyres, fired it into the fence and fell out of contention in one cruel instant. He will be looking to bounce back this week.
Yeah, it was all smooth sailing, and then the restart happened. Not only did it hurt him, in response to him spinning, Trent Grubel and Job Stewart had to tour through the grass, put them offline, banded up in the fence as well. So the top three were all taken out of contention on that restart. It was crazy. It's not something you see particularly often. Doubt we'll see it again today, touch wood. But it definitely added a lot of drama and unpredictability to that race. And in the end, Jeremy Clark swooped through and picks up the pieces of that tattered podium. Definitely needing to bounce back today, Blake Purdy. Trent Grubel and Job Stewart too, of course.
And, of course, that incident also had quite severe championship implications as well, because with Job Stewart getting taken out and finishing on only 19th, severely compromised his points equation as well. Had that incident not happened, he probably would have finished that race in the top three, and he would have been coming into this weekend's round with quite a comfortable championship lead. But as it is, his lead has been diminished considerably, and it's now only 11.5 points back to second position, which means that he really can't afford another bad round, especially if this driver, Paul Auditore, continues his metronomic run of top 10 finishes.
Yeah, Auditore's been impressive, hasn't he, over the first 3 rounds thus far? We're looking to continue that form, sitting second in the championship. A slip up from the leading driver may put him at the very top of it all as we head towards the next round on Friday night.
Yeah, so that's a good point that you make. Typically, we've been having the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries rounds on Friday nights. On Sunday nights, but next weekend it's been shifted in the schedule. It's going to be on Friday night instead, and that's to ensure that it doesn't clash with the iRacing 24 hours of multi-class racing in the French countryside event that's being held next weekend.
Yes, can't wait for that iconic event.
Our producer is struggling to maintain his composure at the moment.
And that will never fail to make me chuckle.
The reason that we've had to call it that, of course, is because the official 24 Hours of Le Mans is being held this weekend. The iRacing version is not official.
Yeah. So, some racing to the French countryside. We should start naming all our endurance events like that. 12 hours of avoiding kangaroos on a mountain.
No, it's the Dubbo hill climb, mate.
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, we've had a change
where, yeah.
Jackson Harlow. Look at the gap, too. Over a 4-minute lap time, the margin is 9 hundredths of a second. That's remarkable.
In fact, the top 3 cars are separated by only 0.67 of a second, so less than a second separating the top 3 on an incredibly long lap. It is seriously tight at the top. Now, SVG and Blake Purdy, currently positions 2 and 3 on the timesheets, they're both in the pits. We've only got 8 minutes to go in the session. So, do they come out and have another crack at it? Because they've got time, if they want it, to get one more flying lap in, or are they just going to sit there and accept defeat?
Depends how comfortable he is. James Scott might make them a little bit more uncomfortable here. A very fast driver, same team as Harlow. This lap doesn't look remarkable though. So he's probably actually winding up because this is quite a way off the pace. So Scott winds up and begins a lap in the Ultra C Sports BMW. Currently sitting in 4th, so still on the 2nd row, even if he doesn't improve and no one behind him improves. Tyrone De Silva back in 17th at the moment, coming towards the final couple chicanes.
No sign of SVG or Blake Purdy heading back out onto the track at this stage, so I reckon that their sessions might be done. I don't reckon they're going to be able to get out to respond.
No, it does depend on, because obviously we've got 6.5 minutes left, it's a 4-minute lap time. Depends whether the session is done at the checkered flag or whether they are allowed to complete the laps that they begin.
Normally, in any qualifying session in any motorsport category, you get to complete the lap that you're on, so I don't see why that would be any different here.
Sometimes in iRacing you can't. Generally when that occurs is in official racing. And so sometimes there can be a little bit of confusion whether you're going to get to finish your lap or not. And there's time constraints on the server, but as you mentioned, shouldn't be the case here today. The race will take place in a different server entirely.
So Jackson Suzel and Harlow still fastest, ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen and Blake Purdy. Then it's James Scott, Job Stewart, Jeff Connell, John Martin, Kobe Williams, Ian McMahon and Paul Auditore rounding out in the top 10. Big names a bit further back. Trent Drubel, one of our race contenders from last week, is 16th. Andre Heimgartner is 19th. Having a look a bit further back, Jordan Boys currently scored in position 36. And yet to set a time, Corley Jones, Beric Linton and Stephen Johnson not yet recording a lap time.
Ryan Healy records another lap there. Jackson Johnston, one of those drivers without a number next to his name. Does he add one now? He does not. He'll try again. I thought Robert Christel would be a little bit further up the order. Hasn't had a great run so far this qualifying session, back in 30th. There you go, he improves up 5 spots, goes to 25th.
Yeah, well, he's currently in the top 10 in the championship, Robert Crisdale. He has participated in all of the rounds that we've had so far, so that's one way of making sure that you bank points every week. But yeah, qualifying speed, you're right, maybe not as strong as we would have expected, as Jackson Suzlin Harlow is back in the pits, so his session is done.
So too is Shane, he never left the pits.
No, neither did Blake Purdy, so the top 3 cars all back in the pits at this stage.
I wonder if Stewart's got something to say about this. He's beginning a lap now. Gonna have to keep a close eye on that Airbus Academy driver when he comes around to complete that one. Someone just propped up. Jeff Connell goes to 4th place. 1.2 off, just sneaking ahead of Scott. Good effort from him. Brady Carr. Looks like he's beginning a lap as well.
Paul
He improves.
Paul Auditore moving up to 7th position as well, only 1 spot behind Job Stewart. So at the moment, the 2 championship contenders, or the 2 main championship protagonists, will start right, well, not alongside one another because they'll be on separate rows of the grid, but only separated by 1 position. Yeah, exactly.
It's not a chrome maroon livery.
James Foster. He's always one of the front runners in the Panorama Drivers Club endurance races at Bathurst. Won again yesterday in the TCR car. And behind the wheel of Ferrari tonight. Yeah, I've always said, though, that the hallmark of a good driver is someone who can adapt really well between different types of cars. If you can jump from one car to another car and be competitive in both of them, that does show that you've got serious talent.
Well, your top 3, they tick those boxes very well.
And they certainly do. Here's Stephen Ellery. His best lap time so far, 4 minutes 3.3, so a little bit down on pace compared to some of the others, but negotiating his way out of the Forge Cane at the moment. Let's see if Stephen Ellery can improve from position 38. No lap time for Stephen Ellery that time through.
You know who's behind him on the sheets? Macaulay. It's 39th, but he is on track. So, still a chance for him to put himself a lot further up the order. About halfway through, so still a fair bit of time left to complete this effort. Jordan Boyce as well has gone to 37th. So a couple of big names at the back of the field. On Friday night, Lockie, Jackson Harlow has laid his hands on a pretty decent prize, hasn't he? In fact, his prize was upgraded as a result of his experience.
I did hear about that, so just to clarify exactly what Ryan's talking about, we had the finale for the Matt Stone Racing Supercars E-Series competition, and there were 2 divisions. There was the open class and there was the junior class. Now, the winner of the open class was to win the test in a Matt Stone Racing Supercar. The winner of the junior class, because Jackson Suzlin Harlow, was going to get some hot laps in the passenger seat of the supercar. But because Jackson Suzlin Harlow's had some experience and some very impressive results in go-karts, I believe that, yes, his prize has now been upgraded, Ryan.
So he gets to do some laps along with Andrew Gilliam, who was the open class winner. So big congrats to those 2 once again, and another example of sim racing gaining some more exposure and some big names getting behind it in the form of the Supercars team. Jordan Boys through the Porsche curves. Keeping your speed up is critical through here. Try to wash off as little as you can. Oh, he's washed a bit wide. Had to lift off the throttle a bit more than he wanted to. That might hurt him. His checkered flag flies in the sessions. Everyone's done now. They have to complete the lap they're on. Is this lap going to be good enough to improve for boys? Minute 8.48, so he will be 34th. Probably going to be disappointed with that one.
So he improved. He improved his position. It was his best lap time of the session, but yeah, probably not the result that he would have been looking for.
Stewart improved his lap as well, but he's still on another one, so he's getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah, last roll of the dice for him, as we see James Foster in the Ferrari completing his lap. Job Stewart is still on Mulsanne straight, so a bit of time to go before we see Job Stewart completing his lap. Our championship leader is currently in 6th position on the grid, and James Foster on that final lap of the session elevates the Ferrari up into the top 10. So
good effort.
Good last-ditch effort there for James Foster.
What about Kobe? What can he do? Sitting in 12th. In a very good spot for the start of this one, even if he doesn't improve, but he'll be hoping to. That's a good line. No, that's wide. That's danger. And yeah, he got off track. He definitely got off track.
Yeah, that's Kobe Williams' session done, so he will end up in 12th position. Ian McMahon is going to head back into the pits, so he is done for the session. Daniel Yeaman coming back as well. Jack Tafode is going to try and complete the lap, but had to dodge a couple of those cars in front that were having their own excursions. The one that I'm really focusing on at the moment is Job Stewart, because he was a fair bit earlier in his lap when the checkered flag waved. And out of the drivers that are still on track, he's probably the one with the potential to possibly move up. Jack Boyd's another one who we probably would have expected to be a bit higher up, considering some of his past form in other sim racing events, including the Circuit XL Eseries, and also the fact that he is in the top 5 within this championship. And here comes Jack Boyd out of the Ford chicane, which was sort of a double chicane, isn't it? Yeah, the line didn't look great there for Jack Boyd, and I reckon that might have just about killed this final lap of the session. No, it hasn't. He's actually, the rest of the lap must have been okay, because it's actually moved him up to 14th.
He'll be ruining that then, because he was offline through the first part, which compromised him for the second section. So he probably could have been up inside the top 10. Nonetheless, 14th is not a bad effort. Cam McDougall back at 31st at the moment with a 4-minute flat .28, his best effort. Notice as well, Trent Grubel is a little bit far down the order after running in the top 3 for a lot of the event at the Nordschleife last time out.
So Cam McDougall still on a lap, and nobody else is. So Cam McDougall, Macaulay Jones will be the last driver to complete a lap. Job Stewart did not improve on his lap, so he's locked into position 6 on the grid. Macaulay Jones currently down in 41st position and moves up 2 spots to 39th, but will still be a bit disappointed to be that far down the order. And that completes qualifying for round number 4 of the SpeedCafe.com GT3 E-Series presented by Kincrome Tools. It's our 4th different pole sitter from the 4 rounds of this series that we've had so far. So great to see that we are getting a diversity of drivers getting it right in qualifying. But qualifying is one thing, as you and I know only too well, Ryan. Racing is another thing altogether. Job Stewart, the only driver so far to have converted pole position into a race victory. And on the other 2 occasions, the pole sitters have not fared well at all. In round number 1, Craig Edwards was involved in incidents and finished well down the order. Ditto for Dylan Burse in the previous round of the series at the Nürburgring. So here they are, our unofficial qualifying results. Jackson Suzlin Harlow by 0.09 of a second over Shane Van Gisbergen. Blake Purdy in 3rd, ahead of Jeff Connell and James Scott. Job Stewart, our points leader, in 6th position. Paul Auditore, 2nd in the championship, in 7th spot. Daniel Yeaman, John Martin, James Foster completing the top 10.
2-second margin between that top 10. Amrit Candola back there with Kobe Williams, Ian McMahon, Jack Boyd, and Matt Lapino. Taron De Silva, Emerson Harvey, Reese Cohen, Brad Kling, and Trent Grubel. It's pretty tight outside of that top 10. Only 8 cents per second covering the next 10 cars.
Back then to Kane Thornhill, tying with Collins, Ben Holiday, and Andre Heimgartner. Ryan Hanley, Ray Oliver, Robert Chrisdale, Aaron Shields, Ben Dahlia, and Brady Carr taking you down to 30th position.
Still some big names back there. You see Heimgartner in 24th, Macaulay Jones back in 39th with Steve Johnson in 40th as well. David Weiser, Jackson Johnson, Jordan Boy's in there too, Cam McDougall. Some big names and some big gaps as well. Macaulay, 6.5 seconds off Lockie, but at Le Mans, it's kind of easy to not put together a lap time in just a 30-minute session. Not surprising to see. Some big guys back there. Burke Linton, William Yard, Stephen Ellery make up the rest of your grid.
Yep, and of course, once again, Kyle Greck in the Porsche Cayman GT4 will be our safety car driver for this evening. 2-hour race not too far away here at the Le Mans circuit. Right now, though, here on speedcafe.com, time for us to grab a break. We'll be back with you very soon.
Speedcafe.com, your number one source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com. First, fast and free.
speedcafe.com GT3 series presented by Kincrome will provide an enormous opportunity for amateur racers, young and old, to take on some of the real stars of our sport, the Angela Heimgartners, the Will Browns, the Thomas Randalls, who've done terrific things in V8 supercars. They'll all have to go head to head with some of these kids that are 13, 14 years old, all wanting to make a name for themselves in the sport. At the moment, there's no opportunity for them to do that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but the online series that we're presenting gives them a real chance in a fun atmosphere, serious atmosphere, but a fun atmosphere to go out and show their stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. It's something that obviously we've seen with the Supercar E-Series, and for us to be able to get in and keep sharp, and obviously with the help of Kincrome and Speed Cafe, and we've been dabbling in a little bit of e-racing for the last sort of 4 weeks now, and to now have proper, I guess, backed series is something that's going to be great, not only for myself, but for a lot of the older blokes, Steve Ellery, a lot of the young blokes that are in, that we've been racing the last sort of 3 or 4 weeks, which is something that I think that is going to be ongoing once we get racing again.
The great things about the series will be some of the older stalwarts of our sport, the Steve Johnsons, the Steve Ellerys of the sport, who've done some terrific things at some memorable places like Bathurst, to be racing against some of these kids and racing against their own sons in a controlled atmosphere, online, and having a lot of fun.
Yeah, our father-son combination has been really cool to be able to, for myself, be involved with Jet in the last few weeks, but obviously you've got Steve Ellery, Dalton Ellery. Dalton's put a lot of effort behind this series and have really started the ball rolling 3 or 4 weeks ago. But for Jet and I to be able to get in and share, and probably look at, out of the 6 rounds, doing 3 each, and see if we can combine our I guess total and our championship standings together to be able to hopefully finish up towards the pointy end. Prize and the I guess the product that's coming on board with Kincrome attached is fantastic. I think that there are pro gamers that I guess race for money and race for prizes, but for this and for amateur guys to be able to come in and win these sort of products and have this much up for grabs is, I think, unheard of in Australia. So I think it's for us and for the series, it's a massive boost. We're going to have full grids no matter what, and I think they're going to be quality grids. There's going to be a lot of fast guys in there, older guys, younger guys, and it's going to be pretty tough 6 weeks to be up the front. So everyone's going to have to work pretty hard at getting the prize at the end.
Carolina, where the field is rolling out for the start of today's 400-lap race on this 0.625-mile racetrack. Here's the starting lineup. On the pole from Dawsonville, Georgia, in the number 9 Coors Ford qualifying and Winston Cup race from North Wilkesboro is underway. Everybody nicely through turns number 1 and 2 as Bill Elliott has the lead, and Dale Earnhardt has jumped into second position, followed by Benny Parsons and Bobby Allison. His second win of 1987. Bill Elliott is going
speedcafe.com, your number one source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's got everything else. Both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh my God. Big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get involved.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go. Oh no.
That's massive.
This is it.
This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Great to have your company here on speedcafe.com for round number 4 of the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries presented by Kincrome. We've had qualifying, and the news is that it's Jackson Suzel Harlow who has taken pole position for tonight's 2-hour race around the Circuit des Lassards at Le Mans in France, becoming our 4th different pole sitter from 4 rounds. We're just about to get underway with the 2-hour endurance race, but the interesting thing about this one, Ryan, is that it's going to run to a 16-hour time cycle. So basically 16 hours will be condensed into 2, and that means the drivers will start off racing in light conditions in the daytime. The sun will set, it will get dark, they will race through the night, and then the sun will rise and the race will finish in at the daytime once again. So the drivers will get to experience both light and dark driving at the Le Mans circuit.
Yeah, and as I mentioned at the top of the show up in qualifying, Lockie, it's going to cause some pretty big fluctuations in the track temperature pretty quickly that drivers are going to have to keep on top of over the course of the race. And especially when we do get the safety car period, of course, remember one random safety car between 40 and 60 minutes race distance. From the start of the safety car to the end of the safety car, the track's probably going to change noticeably for the drivers. So that could prove a bit troublesome for the restart. Hopefully not as troublesome as the second restart at Nordschleife, though.
Yeah, well, obviously we saw, didn't we, last week that we had drivers getting caught out, most notably Blake Purdy with cold tyres at a safety car restart. So you would have to hope that there's no such problems for any of our drivers this week. But another thing to keep an eye on is the progress of our championship contenders. Coming into this round, it's just 11.5 points separating Job Stewart from Paul Auditore. Job Stewart 2 race wins but finished only 19th last time out at the Nürburgring. Paul Auditore no race wins but 3 top 10 finishes, the only driver to finish all 3 rounds inside the top 10 so far. Not too far away from live shots coming in from the Circuit des Essarts in Le Mans on a weekend when in real life we would have been doing Le Mans 24 hours. Not the case, unfortunately, this year. The real life version of Le Mans 24 hours has been postponed until August. It's still a great opportunity for drivers to get to compete around this historic circuit on the sim track this weekend.
It is, and it's every bit as difficult here in iRacing as it is in real life. All the bumps, curbs, and abrasiveness of this abrasive level of the surface are in play here, and the walls are just as punishing as they are in real life if you do make a mistake. Going to be a tricky start for these drivers as well. Getting off that last corner, they generally stay a lot more bunched up in sim racing than they do in real life, so they'll have to sort themselves out by the time they get down to the first chicane. And then obviously that big run down the Mulsanne straight is going to make it tricky on the opening lap for the leader to pull away, but from there on, it's going to be all about keeping yourself in a good spot, making sure you hit your pit strategy perfectly, and making as little mistakes as possible.
So a warm-up session underway for our drivers at the moment. And then we'll get the field assembled for what will be a rolling start.
Yeah, gonna have to do... I think the rolling start at the Mons, you start just after the Porsche curves. So it won't be a big opening account for them. They'll be rolling off very quickly. But the safety car period will be a full lap. Remember last week at Nordschleife, we had a half-lap safety car period due to the 25-kilometer length of that circuit. The relatively shorter length of Le Mans means we can do a full lap, and that'll allow everyone to get bunched back up behind the pace car into a nice line and form up before they go racing again.
I love how you say relatively shorter. It's still 13.6 k's. It's still a very long racetrack by most standards.
By any standards, I say. The only one not being in comparison to Nordschleife. The point I was going to make is... yes, the safety car is a good opportunity for drivers to pit if it comes out at the right time.
Yeah, what we've seen, though, is that the safety car hasn't always come out at a particularly convenient time to fit in with everybody's pit strategy, but let's take you through your starting grid for this race. Jackson Sursland-Harlow on pole position, ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen, and then it's Blake Purdy and Jeff Connell on row 2. James Scott out of position 5. Our championship leader, Job Stewart, lines up in position 6. Then we go back to Paul Auditore in 7th, Daniel Yeaman in 8th position, John Martin and James Foster completing your top 10.
Amit Candola, Kobe Williams off row 6. We ran through the starting grid just a few minutes ago at the end of qualifying. A reminder here for you guys to see where your favourite driver is going to line up throughout this field. A full... What's the final number? A full 45 car grid ready to take to the Circuit de l'Essarts.
So running down through the cars outside the top 20, Kane Thornhill and Tyler Collins, back to Ben Holiday, the young 12-year-old. Andre Heimgartner starting out of 24th position. Back to Ryan Healy, Ray Oliver, Robert Chrisdale, Aaron Shields, Ben Dahlia and Brady Carr rounding out the top 30.
Yeah, Cam McDougall, David Hueso on row 16, Ben Blaise, Jackson Johnston, Jordan Boys, Jason Markowski, Dalton Ellery, Sam Batty, Macaulay Jones, Steve Johnson, and the last 5 drivers, Stephen Ellery, Beric Linton, William Yarwood, Harvey Price, and Jack Caffode. Now, they're not starting just after the Porsche curves like I predicted, but just before it. A little way before we get to the green here.
Always a rolling start. Wouldn't do it any other way, would you, at Le Mans? That would be breaking tradition, but it's quite appropriate that we do have the Porsche safety car leading them through the Porsche curves. Of course, that's the safety car that's the official iRacing safety car. When we do have safety car interventions tonight, it will be the networkcafe.com.au safety car that will head the field.
SVG and Jackson Harlow, they just touched. They were weaving and warming up the tyres and they actually came together. So, I think thankfully low speed, so no real damage, but that would have woken both of those guys up as overhead the colours of the French fly. And that signifies the time when we cast our eyes back to the track.
Rolex clock's wrong on the start-finish straight. It's supposed to be reading 5 o'clock PM because that's the scheduled start time for this race. So it'll start at 5 o'clock PM. We'll have a 16-hour time cycle, which means that the race will finish at 9 o'clock AM in the morning. So I'm going to go from 5 PM to 9 AM in 2 hours. But underway for round number 4 of the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries McLaren versus Audi on the run into the first sequence of corners, and it's Jackson, Suzel and Harlow who manages to get the jump on Shane Van Gisbergen to move into the early lead.
Yeah, SVG just rolled off there down into turn 1, didn't want to challenge or go side by side on the first lap, but up on the curbs, the car snaps away from him and he has to catch it. And having a bit of an issue there on the cold tyres. Up on the rumble strips, Blake Purdy back there. Look how tight these top 3 are. As we head towards the first part of the Mulsanne straight. Going to be some powerful slingshots pulled in a second.
Yep, this is where we'll get to see the effectiveness of the slipstream, and it's SVG tucked into the toe of JSH as they head down the Mulsanne straight. Blake Purdy is right there as well. And they're going to go 3 wide as they head on the run down into the first chicane. Jeff Connell and Jove Stewart the next ones. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Daniel Yeaman and Paul Auditore. So the top 5 cars have all just broken away on this opening lap, and already big and bold braking manoeuvres happening as they head into the first of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. And SVG shortcut the circuit. That means a slow down penalty. That means a massive loss of momentum, and that's going to result in the gears losing a bundle of positions down the straight.
How was the ducking and the weaving from Harlow, though, to try to cover off the attack from both Van Gisbergen and Purdy? I think that's what forced Shane, actually, to be a bit too tight across the chicane, bring out the slowdown. As we look at a replay, up at the first corner, there was an incident for Ray Oliver further back in the pack.
So he obviously started a bit further down the order, and he's lost it all on his own. And his teammates also lost it in sympathy, and both of those cars have ended up into the tyre wall, along with another BMW. That's Jason Makovsky, who's gone off there as well.
Hey, on live pictures, Jeff Connell has blazed by Purdy, blazed by Harlow, gone to the front, and pulled about a 5-car length advantage.
So the Mercedes AMG GT stretching its legs, and this is going to get very interesting as well when they get down to the first chicane. Shane Van Gisbergen wanting to make up positions. James Foster involved in that battle as well. Interestingly as well, Paul Auditore has fallen back to 10th position, so he's lost a few positions in this opening passage of play as well. But it's SVG who slices down the inside of Daniel Yeaman and moves back up to position 5.
He tried to go side by side again there as Martin looked at the inside of Yeaman. Didn't quite work out, the line too shallow for him. But thanks to the slipstream, he'll stay right up behind and might be able to make a move up here if he's brave enough to go side by side, as someone was bouncing off the limiter there at the top of the gear range. There you go, up the inside, easy as you like. Yeaman lifts off, doesn't want to contest that one too hard on lap number 1.
John Martin's been one of the big improvers in recent weeks, hasn't he? We saw him on the podium at the Nürburgring last week, and he almost joked with
Oh,
this
big shunt in the Porsche curves. James Scott involved, so too Jack Boyd. And they went scattering across the track in front of a whole heap of cars. Amazed that wasn't a multi-car incident bigger than just 2. Here's a replay. So Boyd was slow, caught up on the outside.
Why was James Scott all the way back there? That's the other thing as well, because James Scott qualified a lot closer to the front of the field than that, so something else has obviously happened for him. We're hearing that he had a slowdown penalty earlier on, so that was why he was all the way back there.
How that didn't take out more cars, I'll never know.
You're not wrong, because they're right on the limit of adhesion through there, and it is blind on the approach as well, so a lot of drivers are very lucky not to get caught up in that.
Scott was so lucky he clamped on those brakes. Good job to clamp on those brakes as quickly as he did. As he started to roll back towards the racing line. Look at the top 4. They're clumped together again. And we're on board with Joe Stewart looking through the windscreen. As in front of him, Blake Purdy pulls out, trying to go by Harlow, but as soon as he pulls out, he loses out. And Harlow actually gains the advantage up in behind Connell.
What these drivers will be doing at this point is learning about the strengths and weaknesses of their cars and their pace relative to one another, but also just working out exactly where they need to be and where the positions are likely to change with the slipstreaming, particularly on the Mulsanne straight, because if it comes down to a last lap battle for the win, which, let's face it, is a distinct possibility based on what we've seen in the series, you need to work out whether or not it's actually a good idea to be leading at the beginning of that last lap. It might turn out that you'd actually rather be second or third and have the advantage of the slipstream.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Certainly something the driver's going to be thinking about all race long. As Connell, though, has managed to fend him off so far on this lap after being in the front. Harlow's under pressure. Stewart and Purdy looking to go right on by him. Purdy going to try to sweep around the outside here, and he should get this one done.
And Shane Van Gisbergen closing back in as well. He's got the margin to the leader down to just 1.5 seconds.
Oh, they touch as well. Harlow was so deep on the brakes, he really forced the issue to squeeze back up the inside, and Jeff Connell slow on the exit. He's going to lose out to all 3 of them, make that all 4 as Van Gisbergen goes by. Is there an issue to Connell's car? Did he pick up a slowdown?
I reckon it might have been a slowdown penalty, and John Martin was another driver who got a slowdown penalty very sensibly.
My God, look at Van Gisbergen go. He's just gone by all 4 of them. He had Harlow for a second. He ends up falling to second, didn't quite complete it, but that was an incredible run. He took them 3 wide. He had no hesitation.
With all of the chopping and changing of position at the front of the field, you could be forgiven for thinking that you're watching a Formula V race, not a GT3 race, because every time they come onto the Mulsanne straight, they seem to slipstream past one another. It's unbelievable, the dicing and the positional exchanges backwards and forwards at the front of the field as Van Gisbergen slices down the inside of Jackson, Suzel and Harlow, who go through to the race lead.
Yeah, I think the others have been a little bit restrained and not taking the runs as they got them. Van Gisbergen, though, just wants to lead this race and try to pull away. So now the pressure's on the chasing guys to stay with him and stay within range to get that nice toe down the straights, as Harlow's looking like he might be lacking a bit of pace because Purdy is really pressuring him.
And while these drivers are dicing, it's allowing the next group of cars to all catch up as well. It's only 5 seconds separating the top 10 in the race. The point that I was going to make before was that when he cops that slowdown penalty, John Martin did a good job to get off the racing line just to make sure that he wasn't going to get rear-ended by any of the other cars. We see James Foster coming in for what is a very, very early pit stop, only 2 laps and less than 9 minutes completed in this race. He's already in. You would have to say that that's an unscheduled pit stop for that car.
See Tyler Collins here battling for 15th place. Brad Klink just up in front of him. That's Andre Heimgartner clawing up to his rear bumper. Heimgartner and Collins up from 24th and 22nd respectively. So they're working their way forward bit by bit. They're working together a little bit as well.
good self-discipline from the drivers at this stage, apart from that first corner shunt that we had. Everybody else has been fairly well behaved. We've had the odd slowdown penalty. We did have that bit of a crash in the Porsche S's as well, which unfortunately took out all the Porsche curves, to give them their correct description, which unfortunately took out James Scott and also Jack Boyd. But at the front of the field, the driving standards have been pretty good so far. Riding on board with Job Stewart, who currently sits fourth. Jackson Suzel and Harlow second behind Shane Van Gisbergen.
Van Gisbergen was 2.4 seconds quicker than Harlow last lap. Look at that. Top of the range, stout in the limiter. And now gets on the brakes. A lot of stress on the engine.
V10 Audi engine revving out to just over 8,000 RPM. They sound magnificent when they're revving at the top of the range there.
Remember that battle with Clenk leading Collins and Heimgartner? Well, now it's Heimgartner leading Collins and then Clenk. So they've really switched around on the Mulsanne and clipping some of the grass and the naughty bumps on the outside. I couldn't think of a different word for that. And that's actually given him damage in the front of that car.
Tyler Collins is doing a good job here. We saw that he struggled with a couple of little moments in qualifying, which cost him the opportunity to put down a perfect lap. But in race trim, he's been going pretty well, and this is a pretty heady battle at the moment between these three. Oh no, Brad Clenk in the background's gone around and fired it into the Armco, so just got it a bit sideways on the exit of that right-hander, and unfortunately the back end of the BMW flipped around on him.
Oh, check this. 2x2 on approach. Single file they come out, the other side. Emmerich Candola with his hands full at the moment. Tyrone De Silva trying to lunge up the inside of Alatori. That didn't work out. John Martin leads them. It was Alatori that was at the head of the train as they crossed the line. He's now the third car in line.
And has fallen back to 10th in terms of the overall positions for the race. Now, I remember a couple of minutes ago, Jeff Connell was in the lead, but he's been shuffled back to 5th position as the top four now start to just extend a bit of breathing space over the rest of the field. It's still less than 2 seconds separating Van Gisbergen, Suzel and Harlow, Purdy and Stewart at the head of the queue. There is Jeff Connell sitting in position 5 at this stage.
So, Van Gisbergen's done a good job since getting to the lead to get himself a good enough margin that's keeping him free of the binding shackles that are the slipstream that allows the car behind to pretty much just cruise up onto your back bumper. He's holding about a 7/8 of a second margin, which seems to be just outside the optimal range as he put down the fastest lap of the race that time by a 3:57.029. Emerson Harvey there had a slowdown on the exit of the chicane as well, so he drops to 13th.
Falls in behind Race Cohen, who was on the podium last week at the Nürburgring. Race Cohen didn't qualify all that well tonight, but one of the things that we've seen with Race Cohen is that he's always been able to move forward in the races, so hopefully he can make up some more places over the course of the evening tonight. Here's Macaulay Jones. Started in 39th position and has moved up to 28th, so pretty good progress from Macca Jones so far, but he goes a little bit too deep into the chicane, runs it off the racetrack, and that's going to cost him a few positions as they head into the S's.
That's Jordan Boys in front of him.
So 2 drivers from Albury-Wodonga on the New South Wales-Victorian border, battling it out for position just inside the top 30 at this stage.
SVG's broken the draft. Look at that 1.3 second gap. If he has it, he's about a couple tenths away from doing so. He's looking very distant now at the front windshield of Harlow's car. Yeah, the gap's opening up down the straight, so Van Gisbergen's free. Bad news for him, he's going to have the safety car to deal with at some point, which is going to bring those guys right back up behind him. Of course, only saving grace may be if there's a lapped car or 2 in between them for the restart. Nice tight.
Very tight there. That's Emmerich Candola and Paul Torre, so they're battling over positions 9 and 10. Emmerich Candola started just outside the top 10, and he's been there or thereabouts within that pack just on the fringe of the top 10 pretty much since the start of the race.
Here we go. Candola will have to roll off and let him go through at the end of the straight. He jumped on the anchors.
One of the things that we're again seeing tonight is that all 5 manufacturers, so the BMW, Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi and the McLaren, they're all very evenly matched in terms of their performance, which here at the circuit deal with Saab, it's obviously very much about straight line speed with the long straights that we've got. Shane Van Gisbergen starting to skip clear. He's opened up an advantage of just over 2 seconds. Jackson Suzel and Harlow having to work to hold down Blake Purdy.
I'm loving the battle headed up by Dalton Ellery at the moment. He's got a bunch of guys behind him, like Jordan Boys, but Aaron Shields, Robert Crisdale, and Macaulay Jones had got through them, and then copped a slowdown and dropped right back behind them all again. So he's still got work cut out for him. I think Dalton's headlight button is broken because that's flashing non-stop as Aaron Shields and Robert Crisdale come so close to touching on the approach, and they do touch, and they both go around on the outside of the corner. And with nowhere to go, Stephen Ellery lightly grazes up against him, and we're pretty annoyed by that.
He will be annoyed by that, Stephen Ellery, but the good news for him is that at least he got the car slowed down, so it could have been a lot more serious damage, but he managed to wash off most of the speed before he actually made contact there with Robert Crisdale's car that was going rotating off the circuit. We go for a webcam ride with Dalton Ellery, who's down in 28th position. Finished in the top 10 last week at the Nürburgring, Dalton Ellery, after making up several positions in the dying minutes of the race.
Yeah, one of the drivers to capitalise from the drama that shoot off that restart, not only at the front, but throughout the field there were some big issues, and he found some late gains as a result. That's going to be not a gain. It's a slowdown. Slowdowns are a big talking point at Le Mans in iRacing. Very easy to get and very hefty to clear.
Very expensive to get and very expensive when you get them 100%. Andre Heimgartner and Tyler Collins, the 2 Mercedes drivers, continuing their battle. It's now the contest for positions 15 and 16. Let's talk about pit strategy now. Ryan, obviously we're still probably a bit too early in the race. Andre Heimgartner off.
He whacked the fence.
Type these drivers can read my mind, because whenever I'm about to bring up a particular point or a discussion topic, there seems to be an incident just to ruin the point that I'm about to make.
He was just wide, and then once you're on that grass, I talked about it a little bit earlier on, there's no grip, and he could not wrangle it away from the fence. Just lightly rubbed up against it, but I wonder if it's tweaked anything in the internals of the car.
Maybe
Aero
steering,
yeah, front left is definitely taken a bit of a whack and noticeably now pushed up a bit, so that's going to hurt his aero efficiency, his top end speed. He does have Collins to help him along. These two continue to move forward in unison, and they are now about to approach another group of cars. Jacko third, Lupino and Harvey 13th.
That all started for Heimgartner when he hit the ripple strip on the inside on the approach to that corner, but the point that I was going to start making about strategy, guaranteed there will be another incident as soon as I start talking about this, Ryan, but pit stops, we're expecting probably a couple of pit stops tonight, given that it's a 2-hour race. What'll be interesting is to see when the safety car comes out, because we saw particularly at Spa that the timing of the safety car made it very awkward for the drivers, and we saw basically a fuel conservation run in the dying stages with some drivers running out altogether. Change in second position, Blake Purdy on the inside of Jackson Suzel and Harlow down the Mulsanne straight. It's the BMW that moves up into P2. And
that's relatively straightforward in the end. There was no fight given from Harlow there. Didn't try to cover off the inside or anything like that. Happy to tuck in behind, and wouldn't surprise me to see him just sit behind and save some fuel if he can, because that's the other thing to note with the slipstream, other than lap time, is you can save a lot of fuel if you just roll off the throttle a little bit.
This race is just sort of getting into a bit of a rhythm at the moment, isn't it? Particularly among the front runners, is that everybody's just settled down. They're getting into a rhythm where they're all just trying to punch out consistent and mistake-free lap times. They know that there's going to be a safety car later, so there's no point taking unnecessary risks too early in the race. But yeah, if you can save a bit of fuel, either save yourself time in pit lane or save yourself an entire pit stop, and it could help you out later on. That was a bit of a mistake, I think, for Jackson Suslin Harlow, or maybe a slowdown, because he's fallen right off the back of Blake Purdy and back into the clutches of Job Stewart and Jeff Connell, who are the next two cars behind. Here's Ian McMahon, who's having his first start in the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries tonight, battling it out with Daniel Yeaman. Behind this pair, we've got Paul Auditore and Emmerich Candonga, and John Martin as well.
Steve Johnson and Benjamin Dahlia are having a pretty wild tussle. They almost touched a couple times. Dahlia actually nudged the fence up at the Porsche curves as he was offline. And they've switched around positions a couple times on this lap as well. And this is Ben Blest, who's just been sat back behind with a front row seat to the action.
Noticed as well that we've got a few cars coming in. So Paul Auditore, Emerson Harvey, Andre Heimgartner, Kobe Williams and Brad Klenk all in the pits. We've completed 21 minutes in this race and already some pit stops starting to take place.
You know, I'm not going to bother trying to read into that, because we saw pit stops as early as, was it lap 2 at the Nordschleife, or was that 50 kilometres? But
so
still,
they've gone 5 laps into a stint.
The stint lengths were wildly different in terms of length. So again, with endurance racing, we'll find out how it's going to shape out at the end of the race. We won't know before then how it's going to work. As Steve Johnson was very slow through the first part of the lap, and now Dalton Ellery's going to breeze on by him. Lost a heap of time and almost trying to side draft, almost drove into him.
So all of those cars that just came into the pits, they've come out again behind James Foster, who was in at the end of lap 2 for a very, very short 17.6 second pit stop. At the moment, James Foster is about 17 seconds ahead of Paul Auditore. So James Foster currently the highest placed of the cars to have done a stop in 25th position, but he's a bit out of sequence with all of the other cars that have just stopped. So all of that will balance out, of course, as the race progresses. Now, I presume, obviously, if the safety car is only going to be on the circuit for one lap, Ryan, what it means is that the pit entry won't close when the safety car is first deployed, as would normally be the case with the iRacing safety car, because you don't want people to be disadvantaged by not being able to get into the pits if they're out of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. And being a 13-kilometre track, it's very easy to run out of fuel if you miss the pit entry and you're pushing the limits in terms of your stint length.
SVG, he's got pace to burn at the moment, just the lap times. The last time around, he was 1.8 seconds quicker than Blake Purdy. His lead's out to almost 7 seconds. Now, in endurance racing, and we talk about it at the Bathurst 12 Hour every year and the Bathurst 1000 as well, as we've had a bit of an issue for Emmerich Candonga, quite slow on the exit of one of the chicanes. Let's see what's happened here for Candonga. Oh, he's actually looped it backwards into the gravel trap and just lightly nudges the tyre wall. Shouldn't be any damage to that car, but obviously a loss of time and positions as a consequence of that. The point that I was going to make, though, Ryan, is it possible to go too hard too early in one of these races?
Yes and no.
Talk about an indecisive answer.
Hey,
And we've
by the
got
way,
all our
Van
leaders
Gisbergen's in.
Yep.
Yeah, so the point I was going to make was, yes, but descent lengths aren't that big in this opening stanza of the race, as we're seeing. So Van Gisbergen proves a point and dives to the lane, followed by some lapped cars as well. And I believe that's Purdy, Harlow, Stewart, everyone, Jeff Connell as well. In the final stint, you see, the thing is with the GT3 cars, Lockie, is they're very nice on their tyres. You can go quite a long time without wearing them out. So tyre wear isn't a massive issue.
So I've got
Fuel, though,
pretty much
on the
in,
other hand.
So, yeah, so all of the drivers and teams are restricted as to the amount of fuel that they can start the race with.
And apparently
so
that restriction is 25 minutes.
Yeah, or even a bit less in the case of some teams. So I don't know that you would take tyres this early on. If you were going to change tyres maybe a bit later in the race when the tyres are starting to get worn, but I think in this case it'll be fuel only for pretty much everyone. And interesting to see that Jackson Suzel Harlow and Daniel Yeaman, both in Audis, have been the first two cars to exit pit lane. This is a long stop for Shane Van Gisbergen. And Blake Purdy's taking tyres, and I wonder if Shane Van Gisbergen's maybe copped a pit lane speeding infringement on the way in, because I think he's very late getting away, and that's a massive amount of position lost for our early race leaders. So, yet again, the safety cars, which we haven't seen yet, pit stops, shuffling up the order here.
A massive train of cards now behind Amrit Candola. Blake
Not
Purdy
only that,
rejoins.
but the time as well, Ryan. He's half a minute off the lead of the race after that.
Yeah, well, Blake Purdy's stop was slow as well, wasn't it? Because he's only just in front of Van Gisbergen.
So Yeaman's actually ahead of Suzel and Harlow as well. So Daniel Yeaman, the race leader, Suzel and Harlow, then Job Stewart, Connell, McMahon, Martin, Auditore, Tyrone De Silva now up to 8 ahead of Reece Cohen and Emerson Harvey. So that round of pit stops has changed everything.
Yes, well, that's interesting. We'll see how that plays out then. There's Stewart right in behind Harlow now. Doesn't look like he wants to make a move. I think he had a run, but he backed out of it. So the fuel restrictions at the McLaren is limited to 90% of its fuel, so too the BMW. 93% restriction for the Audi, 94% for the Ferrari, and a 95% restriction for the AMG. So the Mercedes is able to carry the most amount of fuel.
But just to clarify though, Ryan, the reason the first stint's been the reason the first stint's been so short though is because they're limited on the amount of fuel that they can start with. They're not allowed to start the race with anywhere near a full tank, and Dalton Ellery and the organisers do that to basically ensure that there are more pit stops and a bit more strategy comes into it. So from this point, everybody is going to 100% have to make at least one more pit stop. It could be that some people will elect to do 2 more pit stops depending on where the safety car falls and how far it is from the end of the race.
Also, they've got varying sizes in their tanks, I do believe, too, so the fuel restriction also limiting them to the same amount of fuel.
So strategy's one thing, but battling on track is another thing altogether, and right now it's a cracking 3-way battle for the lead between Daniel Yeaman, Jackson Suzel and Harlow and Job Stewart. Based on the early performance of the cars, you would think that Suzel and Harlow and Stewart would fairly easily be able to clear Daniel Yeaman. Here is Tyler Collins, currently in 15th position, just ahead of Kane Thornhill, just behind David Huzo. And starting to get dark at the Circuit de Lausanne. Headlights coming on for all of the cars. The sun is setting, racing into the sunset in France.
16-hour time cycle switched out into a 2-hour real-life window. So the sun will dip down completely fairly quickly here. Harlow had a dip at Yeoman up at the Porsche curves in the entry. Ultimately had to abort it, but they did get very close to quarter-to-quarter contact. So Yeoman will lead the lap. He fends off the challenge. This is a cracking little battle behind them as well, though. Collins trying to work his way forward. Heimgartner lost out a bit as well.
There is Blake Purdy making up another spot on the inside of Emmerich Kandong. That's a pass for position 11. Blake Purdy, just like Shane Van Gisbergen, who's a bit further back, are going to be highly motivated to make up spots and get back up in touch with the lead pack because they know that they've got the pace to do it. Daniel Yeaman's doing a good job here, though. He's managed to keep Susan Harlow and Stewart at bay. Top three cars have all pulled 6 seconds clear of Jeff Connell, who sits in position 4 at this stage.
They'll go past my favourite spot on the racetrack, where the KFC is located.
They won't be doing a drive-through, though.
I'll tell you what I would be if I was running there.
Here comes Jackson Suzlin Harlow, though. He had the slipstream from Daniel Yeaman. And he will slip through on the inside. So another new race leader, Jackson Suzlin Harlow, the Ulster Esports Audi, goes through to assume the top spot, but gets very wide on the exit of the chicane. And Daniel Yeaman's going to fight back. Job Stewart, championship leader, needs to take a risk-free approach here. Doesn't need to be putting his car in a position where he can potentially get involved in an incident. I reckon Stewart might have been thinking about going 3 wide there for a second, but decides to sit in behind Daniel Yeaman instead as the 2 Audi drivers continue their battle right down the Mulsanne straight. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It will be Jackson Suzlin Harlow, because he was on the inside. Stewart looking to the outside of Daniel Yeaman. That's very tight between those 2 cars there.
I reckon they touched there. Yeaman was, I think, too conservative on the brakes. It's also pronounced Yeaman.
Daniel Yeaman. Okay.
So we're hearing. Oh, they touch again. This time they definitely do. In a straight line.
Oh, Job Stewart needs to adopt a risk minimisation approach here with the championship situation being the way that it is. Does not need to get caught up in an incident and suffer damage. But he's managed to make the move through on Daniel Yeaman, and he is up to 2nd position behind Jackson Suzlin Harlow. Blake Purdy back up inside the top 10. Shane Van Gisbergen, though, still stuck down in 18th position, has not really made any progress since the pit stops.
Oh, Stewart's lost it. Around he goes. Yeaman drives around him, but thankfully for Stewart, he keeps it off the fence, but just lost the rear as he tried to tip it into the corner. And as easy as that, he loses all of that time.
That could have been a whole lot worse for Job Stewart, making the mistake all on his own. He falls back in behind Jeff Connell, back to 4th position. We'll have a look at the replay and see exactly what went wrong. The unlucky thing for Job Stewart, it was on the curb, so as he went to turn into the right-hander, he had the left-hand wheels up on the painted ripple strip, and that was what flicked the car sideways and into a spin. And obviously, when it let go, look at this, he's right out over the ripple strip as he turns right. And very lucky not to get collected from behind by Yeaman, because if he had been, it would have been damage to his car. So, a bit of a let-off there for Job Stewart, our championship leader.
Look how quickly the night starts to descend now, really taking a hold over the circuit. This is the only place on the track that has track lights as well. Everywhere else, you're firing off into the pitch black darkness. With the exception of your headlights, you really don't want to damage the front end of your car at night time.
John Martin and Paul Auditore currently positions 6 and 7 for those cars, separated by 1 second. Fastest driver on the track last time around was Blake Purdy, who continues to push hard to make up for the lost time in that pit stop. Emmerich Candonga, he's been a driver who's been in the thick of the action so far tonight, but still sitting just outside the top 10. And we're hearing that Candonga has actually just had another incident, which could explain why he's fallen back behind Reece Cohen and Blake Purdy. So it was turn 1.
Wow, I shot a lot of flames out the back. Yeah, I think he's got to slow down. Cut too much and, yeah, has to jump on the brakes and clear some time. Stewart gets by Connell as well, puts himself back into P3. Look at that behind. That's Van Gisbergen in amongst a sea of headlights.
It's getting dark out there now, isn't it, Ryan? The sun almost completely set now, so glowing headlights on Mulsanne Straight. Always a spectacular sight because we are in GT3 cars, all the headlights are white. We're not going to see the yellow headlights that we see with some GTE cars in international endurance racing events.
No Thea from SVG splits the middle off the exit.
And he's made up a spot there on Tyler Collins as well, so SVG, I said that he'd been stuck down in 18th for a little while, but now he's putting his foot down and starting to make progress up through the field. He's got the McLaren back up to 13th position.
There are 7 cars in that snake.
So Job Stewart moves ahead of Jeff Connell, recovering after that spin that we saw earlier on. How good does this look? A sea of headlights, like you said, Ryan, on Mulsanne Straight. Classic nighttime sports car endurance racing.
And off the exit of the corner, there's a move for Lapido, getting a run on Hueso, but Hueso's going to have the slipstream, courtesy of Andre Heimgartner, so Lapido won't be able to complete that one. Now he's going to be careful as he lifts off that he doesn't fall into the grasp of Kanye Thornhill. Look at the run that Hueso's got in the 151. Pulls to the outside of Heimgartner. Can he go the long way around up here? Has to be a brave man, and he can't quite do it.
So
Kobe Williams has been sucked up to this group now as a result and immediately capitalizes on it with a easy dive up the inside of Thornhill there.
Yeah, nice to see Kobe Williams having a decent run tonight. Moves up to 18th position. This is very much the action zone of the race at the moment. And here is the webcam view of Kobe Williams. Let's hope, for not just his sake, but our sake as well, that he can keep it clean and mistake-free. And just like it is on track, it's a pretty dark webcam view of Kobe Williams' sim setup as well. So he's decided to go for the realistic in-the-dark approach behind the wheel of his sim by turning the lights in his room out as well. Fair enough.
Less distraction. You know, ooh, that's Van Gisbergen getting by Emerson Harvey, who was slow, clearing a slowdown. I think he might have got another slowdown as a result of that. Jack Kofed spins to the back of that group as well. Point I was... Ooh, that's ugly. Someone else had to cut the corner. Struggling to find braking points in the darkness now is a very common issue. I was going, and I am now going to take it around to the point of Kobe Williams sitting in the dark. I have a thing, when my fan is on and my light is on, I can see the shadows flickering across the screen, and it annoys the heck out of me. The lights go off every time I'm racing.
Oh, so that's the incident that happened with Jack Cafoe. There was actually another car that was involved in that as well. So it was a double incident, which saw a couple of cars getting rotated. Tyler Collins was the other car. So Heimgartner came in, tagged the back of Tyler Collins, who then in turn tagged the back of Jack Cafoe. So yeah, I reckon the officials might have a bit of a look at Andre Heimgartner for that one, because we would have to say that he was the catalyst that initially set off that incident. So you were talking there, Ryan, about the challenges of picking braking points and turning points in the dark. So the well-prepared drivers will be assured that they did plenty of practice in nighttime sessions at the Le Mans circuit heading into tonight's race, because you're absolutely right, picking braking and turning points in the dark, particularly when you're on your own, but also when you're surrounded by other cars or being distracted by the glare of headlights in your rearview mirror, it's a completely different challenge to driving the track in the daytime.
I'm impressed with Jeff Cottle here. After Stewart spun, ended up behind him, went back by him. He's not let him get away. He gives him a big shot there in the back bumper to bump draft their way down to the braking zone. He's intent on working with him here. But he's showing some good pace, and he's not letting Stewart get away at all. Just up in front of them is Daniel Yeaman. So they're slowly catching him as well. Last time by, Stewart was 0.8 of a second quicker. Trying to recover the timing, the position he lost with that spin. The time that he lost will be a bit more difficult to catch back up. A replay. That was SVG making a move on Rhys Cohen.
So that puts SVG up to 11th position. Blake Purdy's up to 9th spot. Jackson Suzlin Harlow, who was the fastest driver on the circuit last time around, has opened up a margin of 5.9 seconds over Daniel Yeaman. And interesting to see that the lap times have definitely slowed a bit compared to the daytime, which just goes to show the impacts that the visibility in the dark has on lap times, and you are definitely slower in the night time than you are during the day, as Brad Clegg, recovering from an incident a bit earlier on, gets very close to the back of Harvey Price.
Blake Purdy's making and completing, and has completed a move on Tyrone De Silva, putting himself now into 8th place. Another driver trying to recover from mistakes.
SVG's made the move on fellow McLaren pilot Amrit Candola as well to move up into the top 10. Gradually chipping away at the lead too, both Blake Purdy and Shane Van Gisbergen were a fair way behind the race leader in terms of time, but they are gradually closing that margin down. Still got the safety car or the competition caution to come out.
That window's open now, by the way.
For the competition caution, yep. So somewhere in the very near future, we'll be having our networkcafe.com.au safety car driven by Kyle Dreck making an appearance on the racetrack. And if it was to come out now, Ryan, then we're not really, while we might be in the competition caution window, we're not in the fuel window, are we? We're not at the stage of the race where you could come in, fill up with fuel and get home from here. However, there might still be some drivers who will take a pit stop at this stage, knowing that it will give them a much shorter pit stop later on.
Well, David Hoazo's in pit lane regardless of the safety car coming out. Heimgartner picks up a spot as Lupino went well out wide. In fact, Heimgartner might lose a spot as well. Picks one up and going to lose one at the same time, as by him goes the Mercedes GT3
Kobe Williams. Really, really good to see young Kobe Williams having such a good run, and he'll be loving this, battling it out with Supercars driver Andre Heimgartner as the two Mercedes AMG GTs will drag racing out heading down Mulsanne Straight, and Heimgartner was on the outside, braked a lot later. Williams looks to try and do the switchback, and again the Mercedes are going to be side by side, only this time Williams will be on the other side of the road.
Yeah, good job to get him.
What a great battle this is. The two Mercedes door to door.
I just paused because race controls just handed down a drive-through penalty to Andre.
So that'll be with that incident that he caused a bit earlier on, where he made contact with the back of a couple of Mercedes and spun them both off the track. So
it was such innocuous contact too. If it'd been flush to the back bumper. I don't think Collins would have even felt it. But he just got the left rear, the exact wrong piece of the car. And unfortunately, it was enough to unsettle not only Collins' race, but poor old Clifford as well. As Williams finally completes that move. Gonna have to keep his eye as well and film well and truly fix the mirrors now.
Well, Andre Heimgartner, knowing that he's going to have to come in and serve out the drive-through penalty, probably just doing a sensible thing there and not battling too hard for track position because he knows that he's going to be taken out of this battle very soon anyway. And in fact, the Ferrari of Kane Thornhill was coming up on the outside of Andre Heimgartner as well. I'm just going to sense there of the power of the slipstream as Kobe Williams takes a lot of curb.
Heimgartner doesn't want to lose too much time by rolling off and letting everyone go, so he's still not making it easy for them, but Thornhill's looking very aggressively on trying to get by. Heimgartner drove straight to the right-hand side of the track there. Not sure whether it was to let him go or to defend. It looks like it is to let him go. Recognise that Thornhill was being pretty aggressive in his advances, so he didn't want to risk an incident. And slots in behind. Expect to see him in pit lane at the end of the lap as well for that drive-through penalty.
Yep, so the race director, Sam Blacklock, has spoken. He's assessed that incident. He's decided that Andre Heimgartner was at fault. The Mercedes AMG GT3 will be taking him to a pit lane next time around. Jackson Suzuki-Halo is your race leader by 7.6 seconds over Daniel Yeaman. Joe Stewart, Jeff Connell, Ian McMahon, your top 5. Then it's John Martin, Paul Auditore, Blake Purdy, Tyrone Silva, and Shane Van Gisbergen rounding out the top 10. Shane Van Gisbergen, now the fastest driver on the racetrack and the only driver lapping in sub 4-minute lap times.
Only half an hour away in sim time from midnight as well. Well and truly black all around on the racetrack.
What do we think the fuel range of these cars is, Ryan? Because the deeper we get into the race, the closer we get to a point where if the safety car was to come out, people could fill up and get home. We're not quite there yet, but if it was to be, say, another 8 to 10 minutes, you reckon an hour, do you?
I reckon an hour. About 90% of the tank. That's how much they've got available to them.
Yeah, we saw that the safety car came out with a bit over an hour ago. I think it was about an hour and 5 minutes at Spa. And we saw that there was massive fuel saving required at the end of the race to allow those cars to get to the end. But they were able to do it just. Dalton Ellery's had a bit of a spin here, though, unfortunately. I think that's in the Porsche curbs. Let's check out the Motum simulation replay.
No, it was the first sector.
Ah, okay. No, it was indeed, yes. Camera angle
curb, unsettled him.
Oh,
he got the fence.
He did. Quite hefty contact, in fact, with the wall there for Dalton Ellery. He's managed to resume in 25th position, but that'll be a fair bit of damage to that car.
Check out the charge from Shane. It continues. Tyrone De Silva about to be the next victim. He will survive another chicane. How good is that shot? Stands out in the night sky, that's for sure.
Blake Purdy continuing to march forward as well and rapidly catching up to Paul Auditore and John Martin, the next two cars ahead, as we see Shane Van Gisbergen pulling up alongside Tyrone De Silva, and in fact De Silva decides to tuck back in behind the McLaren, so the number 97 car moves up another spot, SPG through into 9th.
Well, we're halfway through this safety car window and still no safety car in sight, so we're getting ever closer to drivers potentially being able to make it home with a pit stop under the caution. Now, the thing is, Lockie, we have a lap under the safety car. If it comes out when the leader has passed pit lane, he's, got a pit at the end of the lap? If it comes out before, then everyone dives in at the start of the lap. Do you pit under the safety car?
That's actually a good point, Ryan, because depending on where and when the safety car gets called, you could have a situation where it gets called when the leader is halfway through a lap. Now, the safety car is supposed to pick up the race leader, but the race leader, if they hear that the safety car has been called, they might decide to pit. So you might end up with a situation where the safety car gets parked on the circuit waiting for the race leader to come around so that it can carry on. But if the safety car was to come out right now, then it's 50-50 call about whether or not you do actually pit at this point. You're probably not going to get to the end of the race on fuel, but if you're further back, you might still consider taking a pit stop now, top up with fuel so that you can do a much shorter pit stop later on.
I wonder if we could see some big winners and losers, depending on where you are on the track when it's called, for those that are able to dive in straight away and those who have to wait until the end of the lap when everyone's bunched back up. Wonder if you may see an extra lap added to the safety car for that reason too.
Slow lap for Jackson Suzel and Harlow last time around. He lost 2 seconds to Daniel Yeaman and to Job Stewart behind. But he is still 6.5 seconds in the lead of the race. Shane van Gisbergen continuing to be the only driver in the field to lap quicker than 4 minutes, 3 minutes 58.0 last time around for Shane van Gisbergen, and we're hearing that this is a drive-through penalty for Brad Klink in the number 28 car. Now remember, Blake Purdy took tyres in his pit stop as well. But just having a look at the lap times that he's doing, he's not lapping considerably quicker than drivers who chose not to change tyres. So I think, Ryan, because we were still not that deep into the race when that first round of pit stops happened, there wasn't really much of an advantage to be gained from taking a fresh set of tyres at that point. However, now that we are a bit further into the race and we're approaching the halfway point, new tyres might present a bit more of an advantage if you were to take them in the next pit stop.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who takes tyres, who doesn't. I think there's definitely an advantage to be gained by taking it, but remember, you take tyres separately from fuel when you service a GT3 car, so it adds a...
That's true, but if you do an under safety car, then while you might lose track position, you're not going to lose too much time by taking tyres.
It costs you a lot.
There's the safety car. Kyle Gretsch at the wheel of the networkcafe.com.au safety car, just waiting patiently to be called into action.
If the safety car had have come out then, when we had the shot on it, that would have looked very suspicious. Something like the car before the... Oh, there it is. Safety car's been called. So I was gonna say, it's almost like the car before the storm, waiting for the safety car. So Harlow's on approach to the pit lane. Pit entry's open. Harlow dives in. So the whole field here is going to get the opportunity to pit. Yeah, everyone coming down. So it's going to be a race of the virtual pit crews now. And do not speed coming in.
We've got an hour and 6 minutes to go in the race. This is looking eerily similar to Spa, Ryan. The timing of this safety car, eerily similar to Spa. Do you pit now and try and make it home on fumes by fuel saving to minus 100? Ben Darley are having a spin, or do you not pit, stay out, get to your fuel window, and then stop under green, confident in the knowledge that you get home, or do you pit now and then pit again to make sure that you don't have to fuel save? Well, Ian McMahon has decided not to pit, so they will assume the lead of the motor race at this point.
I believe... Yeah, no, you're right. There are a couple cars that came out of pit road after the safety car was called, who were getting their car serviced at the time. I think Jackson Johnstone was between the leader and the safety car when it was called, and so he's actually been caught out.
So no pit stop for Ian McMahon, Kane Thornhill or Tyler Collins. And Daniel Yeaman has come back out after a pit stop of 27.2 seconds. Jackson Sussman-Harlow still in the pits.
Purdy beat him. Yeah, so there you go. Thornstone gets waved around... Sorry. Not Thornston. He gets waved around the pace car because he was unceremoniously dumped into a horrible position. So Jackson Johnstone gets that. So does Aaron Shields and Jason Markowski.
Making sure that they don't get trapped a lap down, essentially. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So just having a look at the pit stops and the times that people have been spending in pit lane. So Daniel Yeaman, Cam McDougall and Blake Purdy, I do not believe that any of those three cars took tyres. Blake Purdy wouldn't have needed to because he took tyres at his previous pit stop, but everybody else, so Jackson Sussman-Harlow, Job Stewart, Jeff Connell, Martin De Silva, Van Gisbergen and Auditore, given the length of their pit stops, they have all gone for tyres in this stop. The bigger question for me, though, Ryan, is going to be fuel range, because I think that everybody who has just stopped is going to be extremely marginal to be able to get to the end of the race without stopping again for a splash. Could be another race where we get a blockbuster finish like we had at Spa, where you've got some cars that are doing ridiculously slow lap times trying to save enough fuel to get to the end, and other cars that have got plenty of fuel and are charging forward but have lost a lot of time as a result of having to make extra pit stops. What do you reckon?
I think that when we go back racing, is going to be a lot of big battles, and drivers are not going to be lifting off anymore.
Well, that's the thing. When you're battling for track position, it's kind of anything that you might have been planning when it came to fuel saving or driving conservatively kind of gets thrown out the window, doesn't it? If you get sucked into battles with other cars, then yeah, the red mist descends, and any intelligent plans that you might have had to drive to a target lap time to make sure that you can get to the end on fuel range suddenly evaporates. So the networkcafe.com.au safety car on the circuit, and then great to have the support of networkcafe.com.au for the safety car for this event. Of course, networkcafe.com.au, an initiative that was set up by Speed Cafe to promote businesses involved in the motorsport industry and give them a free portal in which to promote themselves and their services during the COVID-19 pandemic.
So a couple cars here that are going to be in front of your race. There's Ian McMahon, Kane Thornhill, Tyler Collins, and then Daniel Yeaman actually comes out. Did he pit or not?
He did, yes, but he didn't take tyres, and neither did Blake Purdy. So Daniel Yeaman and Blake Purdy, the highest two drivers who have done two pit stops. But Daniel Yeaman will have been on the same set of tyres all race, so he'll have the oldest tyres out of all of the two stopping drivers. Blake Purdy won't, remember, because they changed tyres at his first pit stop, but Sussman-Harlow, Job Stewart, Jeff Connell, etc., they will all be on fresh tyres because they all changed tyres at the most recent pit stop. McMahon, Thornhill and Collins, and also Cam McDougall in position 5 have only done one pit stop at this stage, so those cars will be stopping again and stopping under green flag conditions. However, they will not be fuel compromised, so their strategy is going to be take the pain of the extra stop, but then be able to drive at maximum speed and with full confidence, knowing that they'll be in a better fuel position than everybody else.
One thing's for sure, the pace car is coming in at the end of this lap. And we'll unleash this field back to racing conditions.
And once again, it's a great narrative that this endurance race has presented, because, again, the safety car has come out at a rather awkward time in terms of fuel range for these cars. It's going to be touch and go whether they can make it to the flag from here.
I think expect to see McMahon, Thornhill, Collins down a pit road when we go back green.
100%, but it's everybody else that we're wondering about.
I think they should all be safe at this point. I mean, they've been using a very small amount of fuel up behind the safety car. We're going to go back green with an hour to go. Either way, we're going to find out, aren't we?
We are. So, we're halfway into the race, and we have got an enthralling second half coming up, that is for sure.
So who's your pick, Lockie?
Jeez. I think Blake Purdy is going to be highly motivated to bounce back after the circumstances in which he lost the race last week. And again, he's shown pretty good pace tonight, and he is on a pretty good strategy. So, if I had to tip a winner from here, if you forced me to put my prediction on the line, I'd be tipping Blake Purdy. And apologies in advance to him because I have just put the commentator's curse on him for sure. My tips never get home.
You know who you're forgetting? Shane Van Gisbergen is going to be restarting from 13th. He's back in touch with these guys.
He is, but he's also in the danger zone. And he is going to be vulnerable. If there's any cut and thrust in the mid-pack, then he's in a bit of a hazardous position right now. So he really needs to make sure that he can get through the first lap or couple of laps after this restart without incident, but then we know that SVG is a driver who loves to attack and loves to fight back from adversity. And we know that he's got plenty of pace. He was the fastest driver on the track before that safety car came out.
So McMahon, Thornhill and Collins stay out on the track. Might have been forced to for the restart. So McMahon will lead us back to the green.
So back underway. Safety car back in the
job.
pits.
McMahon has not pulled away at all from Thornhill and Collins. The gap at 4 was just from Collins back to Yeaman.
Job Stewart points leader right on the tail of Jackson, Suzel and Harlow. These drivers occupying positions 7 and 8, but strategically they're both pretty well placed at this stage. Job Stewart starting to look a bit racy, isn't he, on the back of Jackson, Suzel and Harlow. We saw that Suzel and Harlow had extended a fair margin over his rivals before that safety car, but Job Stewart wants that position, and is that a slow-down penalty for Blake Purdy? I think it is, yes. Blake Purdy has cut the chicane, and he's going to drop several positions on the Maltard straight.
That's your fault, Lockie, but for the lead of the race. Here comes Collins on the outside. Can he get it pulled up and around there? Thornhill's going to fight him. They're going to run wheel to wheel through the chicane. Off the exit, he slides and he loses the momentum. Thornhill retains the race lead. You see in the background, everyone's almost 2 by 2 an approach. Those two scrap away. This 2-car battle for third place. They're 2 by 2. They're Gisbergen, Connell, Purdy and Martin. They're 2x2 and bumping each other as Collins comes back to the front.
Still on the lead here. Side by side, the braking zone for the chicane, and down the inside goes Tyler Collins to relieve Kane Thorne.
Oh, he's got a hit. He got a hit. John Martin whacked Connell, and Connell was but a millimetre away from hitting Harlow, and on the rejoin, but a millimetre away from hitting Purdy, and Van Gisbergen hits him as he tries to get by.
Wow, that could have been disastrous there. Jeff Connell, the way that he re-entered the track there at the chicane. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happened. So you had Purdy, who was in the draft of Susan Harlow. You had John Martin, who was in the draft of Jeff Connell, and it was Martin who got into the back of Connell, unsettled the car, and that was so close to being a disaster as Jeff Connell rejoined the circuit.
Yeah, Martin just misjudged the braking point, and Connell had nothing he could do about that. The rejoin, though, might raise questions.
He was so close to centre punching Jackson Susan Harlow's car as he rejoined the racetrack there. Susan Harlow's dodged a bullet for sure with that one.
Collins leads Thornhill still with a move up at Indianapolis.
So Ian McMahon has fallen back after the race start, back to 4th position. So Daniel Gaiman, currently the highest placed of the drivers, who has made the second pit stop, ahead of Job Stewart, Jackson Susan and Harlow. But Tyler Collins and Kane Thornhill, who will obviously have the lightest fuel load of the cars on the racetrack at the moment, given that they've only made one stop and they've been out on the track for almost 9 laps since their first pit stop. They need to work together here just to extend a bit of breathing space over the rest of the field. They need to try and get as far ahead as everybody else before they come into the pits for the next stop. We're now in the window, Ryan, where you can stop from this point and get home on fuel. For sure. Comfortably. So still a lot of strategy to play out here. And if it turns out that everybody definitely has to come down pit lane again, then Collins and Thornhill might not be in such a bad spot here.
Either way, they've stayed out another lap.
Oh, and is that Jeff Connell off the road? No,
Looks
it was
like
actually Emerson Harvey and Harvey
Harvey.
Price. Backwards off the road and into the fence.
Other thing to consider is how long Collins and Thornhill have been out. Is probably approaching up and over an hour.
Now, John Martin's just coming through pit lane. I'm wondering if that's a penalty for the contact that he made with Jeff Connell heading into the chicane, because obviously it's only a lap since... no, it's actually a pit stop for John Martin. I thought that it might have been a penalty, but I wonder if this is John Martin saying, I know that I can't get to the end of the race on fuel range, so I'm going to come in now, take the pain of the extra stop, and then I know that I can get back out onto the circuit and go flat out through to the end of the race.
Apart from the drive-through he's probably going to get.
So riding on board with Job Stewart, who has now moved ahead of Jackson Susan Harlow and is up behind Cam Dougal.
Yeah, no, so this middle stint for Thornhill Collins is probably on about an hour, which definitely favours the guys that pitted under the safety car, because their stint's going to be about an hour, so they should be able to make it home based off what Thornhill and Collins are doing at the moment. Which what they are doing is switching positions again. Thornhill's back to the front, and Van Gisbergen is now right back in the game.
Thornhill and Collins haven't been out on the circuit for an hour. They've only been on the circuit for about, coming up to 40 minutes, I think, because they would have pitted on their first pit stop at about, lap 25. So they've been out there now for 9.5, almost 10 laps.
Yeah, about 40 minutes, you're right.
SVG continuing to look very racy and continuing to punch out the fastest times of any cars on the racetrack at the moment. And significantly for SVG, he's gone from being 22 seconds off the lead to only 2.5 seconds off the lead. So SVG right in the game and on the attack. Jackson Susan Harlow not looking as comfortable as he was earlier in the race, and he is trying to fight off Blake Purdy at the moment, who has got Shane Van Gisbergen right on his hammer.
This is a mess for third. third on back, incredibly tight now. In fact, make that second on back. Thornhill has broken a couple car lengths free. Collins has got a huge wad of cars behind him. Yeaman, Job Stewart was looking for a move for a moment there. And now Ian McMahon looks for it. Stewart around the outside. Supreme.
Daniel
poor old
Yeaman gets muscled out high and wide, and he's going to lose a bunch of spots here. Oh, Shane Van Gisbergen just squeezes ahead. In fact, SVG might gain a couple of spots in one fell swoop here. He does, because he gets ahead of Daniel Yeaman, and he gets ahead of Jackson Suzlin Harlow, and he gets ahead of Blake Purdy. So in the space of one corner, Shane Van Gisbergen moves from 9th up to 6th. Great racecraft from the Kiwi.
Purdy's going to get by Yeaman as well, so Yeaman lost a whole heap of time there. And oh, Purdy, he got into him. He hit Harlow on the approach. Somehow he wasn't tipped into a spin. It was very similar to how Heimgartner hit Collins earlier on. Different outcome, though.
Thankfully for both of those drivers, yes, it was a different outcome. Keep in mind that Blake Purdy's tyres are not in as good shape as some of the other drivers.
Look out for Stewart. Now that he's in third, if he can get to the lead, it's trouble for the rest of the field. Nick Maher dives to the lane, and that unleashes Van Gisbergen to 4th. Stewart's just got by Thornhill at the chicane. And he's going to get Collins off at turn 1 if Collins isn't careful.
So Shane Van Gisbergen half a lap from 9th up to 3rd. Just incredible racing. And not going to be too much longer before SBG's in a position where he can fully exploit the pace of that McLaren. But all of the drivers that came in for the second pit stop under safety car now starting to fight their way back to the front of the field. Kane Thornhill's been shuffled back to 4th. Tyler Collins has been overtaken for the lead by our championship leader, Job Stewart. And Shane Van Gisbergen, who once again was the fastest driver on the racetrack that last time around, getting down to a 3-minute 58.9, is lurking there inside the top 3.
John Martin now given that penalty for careless driving. So he'll have to serve a drive-through now. And Ben Blaise also given a drive-through penalty for an incident. Look at Collins, closed back up. He thought about a move. Wasn't just close enough. Another half a car length, he might have been able to make it stick. He's slowed through the chicane. Now Van Gisbergen is going to pounce. Look for the momentum to switch in his favour. Although, what an exit from Collins. That car has got a lot of top-end speed. Wow. It was horrible through the chicane, but down the straight, he's blazed them both.
Oh, and rubbing panels with Job Stewart as well, but what that's going to do is it's going to open the door for Shane Van Gisbergen to do the switchback. As SVG and McLaren gets alongside Tyler Collins, and I think he's just about got the move done as well. They'll continue their drag race, and it'll be a case of who can get the better toe. But look at the straight line performance of McLaren. He's actually going to draw up alongside. Here comes SVG for the lead as he gets up alongside Job Stewart. And a bit of conservatism there from Job Stewart. Of course, SVG is not one of the drivers in championship contention, so Stewart does not need to be fighting with the gears at this stage of the race. Back in the pack, we've still got battles continuing. Kane Thornhill going at it with Jackson Suzlin Harlow and Blake Purdy as well. But it is the gears who's got the McLaren back to where it was earlier in the race at the front of the field.
Yeah, Thornhill's in behind Collins, who had a big run on Stewart, lifted off. That gave the incentive to Thornhill, but he lifted off. And Harlow going to be the capitalist from that. Up the inside, another spot for him. Oh, in the background, someone around. Oh, and someone around there as well.
Spin, that's Thornhill's, or it's Collins, I think, who's gone. Yeah, it is. So Suzlin Harlow went too. Suzlin Harlow there, I think it was, who made contact with Tyler Collins as he tried to get up the inside in what would have been the move for third position. And Jeff Connell's gone as well.
So I think Jeff Connell was the first one we saw spinning. And then Yeah, so he spun on the outside. He might have actually got a helping hand in that.
Might have been Cam McDougall who made contact.
And then he got
But then
rotated.
McDougall then got turned around as well at the next corner. But this will be the interesting one. So Van Gisbergen got wide. That has checked up Job Stewart behind.
On the curb. We've seen that before in the race already. Was it Purdy that made that mistake earlier on?
That was Job Stewart, as I recall. He
Oh.
made that mistake earlier on, so... Yeah,
The
actually,
point being, the mistake's been made before. It's a tricky curb.
good job from Jackson Susan Harlow actually to avoid contact, because JSH was very, very close behind at the time.
Yeah, he certainly was. Purdy goes by Thornhill there. So that releases now Van Gisbergen as a leader from Stewart and Harlow, the top three. Purdy just getting himself up into fourth. Now this is that spot that Van Gisbergen was in earlier on. He got to the lead and then just ran away once he broke the toes. Stewart's got to work really hard here to get up behind him.
So, Ian McMahon, who came in for that second pit stop and is basically the first of the cars to have come in that didn't pit under the safety car, he's fallen back to 37th position, and he's about a minute off the lead of the race at the moment, but he is not going to be fuel compromised in any way, shape or form whatsoever. So if other people have to come down pit lane, then he could still be looking okay here, and because he's got that extra pit stop out of the way earlier, if it does turn out that everybody else has to stop again, then he's got clear track. He's not embroiled in any of the drama or the battle packs that a lot of the others are having to deal with at the moment. So the race could come back to McMahon a bit later on, as we see Thornhill yet to take his second stop, motoring past Blake Purdy.
Yeah, I think the issue for McMurray, he managed to be too far back a minute, that if they do have to pit again, it's not going to be for much fuel. A splash and dash, basically. Is it worth a minute in pit lane and your total stop time for your final splash and dash? I don't know if it is.
Probably not. The interesting thing for McMahon will be to see what his lap times are relative to the leaders. He's not going quite as fast as any of the cars in the race leading pack at the moment, so he does need to pick up the pace a bit if he wants to keep himself in contention.
Cam McDougall's been served a drive-through. That'll be for the contact with Jeff Connell. Macaulay Jones in the thick of the action at the moment, isn't he? Back here in 20th.
He's started a long way back, Macaulay Jones, but he's worked his way up to be on the tail of Ben Holliday, who will be one of the youngest drivers in the field. And then just ahead of them is James Foster, who's already made 3 pit stops in this race. Remember, he made one really early pit stop after just 2 laps. And then he just stopped on pretty much the same strategy as everybody else in the field as well. So another pit stop at around the 25-minute mark, and then he stopped under the safety car also.
In fact, Macaulay's recovering lost ground here. He was 18th at the start of this lap, so he's already fallen backwards, and now trying to go back forward again. Oh, someone has spun on the outside of the corner there. That was Andre Heimgartner.
Been a tough old race for Andre, hasn't it?
It has. Well, he's in a battle. I wonder if there was contact. Up the inside. Wow. That's a lot of speed. That was too much speed. The car did not want to turn in. He was committed. Give him that much.
Yeah, not one of his finer races tonight, Andre Heimgartner. We saw that he had the drive-through penalty for the incident earlier on where he turned Tyler Collins around. Here is Jackson Suslin Harlow up behind Job Stewart. Contest for positions 2 and 3 at the moment. While they, as we expected him to be, Tyler Collins will be due a stop very shortly as well. In fact, Tyler Collins has gone 12 laps now since his last pit stop, so that Mercedes will be just about out of fuel at this stage you would imagine.
Maybe he... I wonder if he was meant to pit that lap.
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Because hearing from our producer before the webcam came up that Collins was unhappy and shaking his head. So I think what he's going to do is he's going to do the opposite of Thornhill, because Thornhill was holding him up. But in doing so, he forgot about the fact he's about to run out of fuel, and so instead of following him in, that he is not using much of that, and then
So he's out of juice, so he was supposed to hit that lap, so the Mercedes is out of range, and he has to now try and conserve as much fuel as he can, but he's already dropping spots. Tyrone De Silva just drives straight past him. I mean, having to really save fuel to get that car back around to the pits and lose a lot of time in the process, it's the lesser of two evils, because if you have to stop on the circuit and then get a tow back to the pits, you are going to lose even more time and put yourself completely out of contention for the race. But Tyler Collins, he is going to be kicking himself for that strategic error. So
well, you might say it's a rookie mistake, but it's a mistake that's been made by some of the biggest names in the country, and they've had a full team of engineers and strategists behind the scenes telling them about the feel. So you can understand the mistake.
So what that gives us though, Ryan, is an idea of the fuel range in terms of laps. So we know that the fuel range is roughly 12 laps. All of the cars that stopped under safety car have done 5.5 laps on the current fuel load.
Yeah, they'll be comfortable.
Based on the time left in the race, there are 10.5 laps, which means that they're going to be 4 laps short on fuel.
Yeah,
Doesn't
no,
it?
you're right. Well, I am bad at math today, but that is correct.
However, Ian McMahon, who we saw stopping, and the other car that stopped fairly recently as well, Kane Thornhill, yeah, they're probably both going to be okay. So I reckon they're going to play themselves back into the game here. Now, can Tyler Collins get back to the pits? He's fallen back to 6th position at this stage, Tyler Collins, but if he can get back to the pits and make it a 13-lap run, then that shows that 13 laps is possible on a tank of fuel saving. But while you might be able to just get through 13 laps doing a lot of fuel saving, we would be asking drivers ahead of the queue at the moment to need to do 16 laps based on the projected number of laps remaining in the race. I don't think they're going to get there. I think they're going to have to come in again for a splash, especially when you consider how long the laps are here at the Le Mans circuit.
He made it! He can probably coast from now if we needed to. That's a car around. That's the car cutting the chicane. So a couple incidents up at the final sequence of corners.
Paul Auditore, one of our championship contenders, has been involved in that one, and he's actually gone for a spin. So he was making up time and making up positions.
He just kept it off the wall. Oh!
Wow.
You,
And Daniel Yeaman around as well.
You know how we were saying Van Gisbergen was stretching his margin and was looking comfortable?
Yes.
He was very suddenly under pressure from Harlow and Stewart, and then very suddenly, almost in the fence. He did the Heimgartner route through turn 5, out on the dirt.
So let's have a look at what happened here for SVG. So in the lead of the race, just ahead of Job Stewart and Jackson Souza and Harlow.
Should look at the onboard, the wheel work he would have had to put in here.
Oh, wow. And how did he keep that car off the fence? So SVG slots back into position 3, and he's now 2.5 seconds off the lead of the race. So
here comes Harlow for the lead.
Down the inside of Joe Stewart. So those two swap positions. So yeah, SVG maybe not quite so comfortable as we thought.
Well, he must have made a mistake because he dropped 4 seconds from his previous lap to the last lap. Went from a 3:57.8 to a 4-minute 1.8. Maybe you got to slow down. That's actually the most likely scenario.
Check out this battle. Ben Holiday's involved in it. Colin Jones, Jack Boyd. Jack Boyd on the recovery mission after getting involved in that incident with James Scott earlier on.
Daniel Yeaman, the latest driver to add a drive-through to his race, unfortunately. What a replay coming up for you in a moment. This is an issue for Tyrone De Silva, looping it as he jumps on the anchors. Off the exit of the corner, the slow lose of the rear end, and around she goes.
So he was in 5th, but he's fallen back to 7th position behind Kobe Williams and Emmerich Candong with that mistake. Kobe Williams up in the top 5 now.
He snuck up those last few spots, didn't he?
And Paul Auditore, even despite that spin, still in the top 10, just ahead of James Foster. So Paul Auditore, like I said, only drivers who have finished every race inside the top 10 so far. There is Paul Auditore battling it out with James Foster, who, like I said, is on a rather unusual strategy for this race, having already made 3 pit stops and in all likelihood having to probably make another one at some stage as well. But still, even with that extra stop, working his way back into the top 10.
Down to pit lane. Kobe Williams as well. So Van Gisbergen's now 2 seconds off the lead. Is another 4-minute 1.7. He's hitting a number, it seems. I mean, bearing in mind he made the mistake last up. A 4-minute 1.8, 4-minute 1.7. Is he saving fuel? Does he think he can make it, I wonder? Maybe it's not quite as far-fetched as you might have initially thought, Lockie. I mean, he's got to slow down there, though, so
that's one way to save. It's one way to save fuel.
Yeah. I don't think it's a great long-term strategy, though.
Some more pit stops taking place. So Kobe Williams, Paul Auditore and Daniel Yeaman all coming in for their 3rd pit stops of the race. So again, they've worked out that they're not going to be able to make it home on fuel, so they're deciding to take the pain now and come back out in clear track. They have come out ahead of Ian McMahon, who was one of the drivers along with Kane Thornhill, who stayed out under that safety car. Again, the drivers who did come in under the safety car, they would have had a shorter pit stop than those drivers who stayed on the track during the safety car, because the drivers who came in under the safety car, oh, goodness gracious me, James Foster gets into the back of Tyrone De Silva, and it's De Silva who gets fired hard into the Armco on the right. Wow, that was a big crash there of De Silva's car, now parked in a very, very precarious position.
He gets it back going, but that car is going to need to come back to pit road and get some repairs. Remarkably, the steering looks straight. Williams rejoined. Remember, Williams pitted from 5th. He rejoined in the battle for 22nd, about 6 spots off the road from Nick Marr. And in terms of lap time, that's about 15 seconds.
So Cody Williams, position 19, the highest placed of the cars, but can definitely make it home on fuel at this point. And yeah, 59 seconds off the lead of the race leader, Jackson Suzel Harlow. Here's another look at the replay of what happened to Tyrone De Silva.
This was ugly.
So it's James Foster about to pull out to make a passing manoeuvre. Yeah, James Foster's misjudged that one, and he will be in strife for that, I can tell you.
The front of that Ferrari acts like a bit of a snowplow when you get it up behind another car. Lifts the back end off the ground. See, right there.
Yeah, if you're Tyrone De Silva, you're having a major sense of humour failure right now. And I reckon the officials will be having one as well. And I reckon that won't be too much longer before James Foster is being called in for a drive-through penalty.
It's unfortunate because we've seen a lot of motor-tail contact today, with just not with Ferrari front ends. You can't do it when you're driving a Ferrari. That's the downside.
Bump drafting gone wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, don't think we'll see a Ferrari in NASCAR anytime soon.
You said that it acts like a snowplow. Well, I can tell you that Tyrone De Silva's car will have the aerodynamics of a snowplow after that crash as well. That will have been big damage to the front end of that BMW.
There's light returning to the circuit as well, if you notice.
Yeah, sun's starting to rise as we get into the final half hour of this race.
James Foster, of course, in pit road now. Jack Boyd comes to pit road.
And so does Ben Holiday. So, final pit stop starting to take place.
Well, that's it. Well, I got no words for that.
So Tyrone De Silva is going to continue on with the damaged car. That's unbelievable. Of course, he's still going to have to stop again, surely, based on fuel. So you would have thought that you'd come in now, you'd get the damage fixed, and you'd put in enough fuel to get to the end of the race, but maybe the damage not quite as severe as what we thought. It looks like it was going to be heavy damage with the ferocity of that contact with the Armco.
Either way, penalty assessed and handed down to Foster.
Yeah, no surprises there.
Very little people, I'd say. He's in pit lane, so he'll have to spend a total of 4 laps either coming in or out of the lane.
Here's Ryan Healy battling it out with Daniel Yaman, who we saw spinning off the circuit earlier on, and Reece Cohen with that one as well. Reece Cohen currently in a pretty good position in the championship, coming into this round as well. Just as we say that, slow down for Reece Cohen. He's in fact 3rd in the championship, going spun. That was why Reece Cohen got rotated. Yeah, Reece Cohen 3rd in the championship standings coming into round 4 of the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries. The battle continues for the lead here. Jackson Suzel Harlow and Job Stewart, they're starting to pick up the pace as well. Back down into the 3-minute 57s. In fact, the last time around for Job Stewart was that car's fastest lap of the race, 3-minute 57.8. Shane Van Gisbergen, 3-minute 59. Blake 3-minute 58.8. So SVG staying within 2.5 seconds of the leaders, but not quite as fast as them at the moment. Brady Carr and Brad Clenk battling it out for positions 10 and 11. So do we think that SVG, based on that number, those lap times, do we think that he is trying to fuel save, or...
Not anymore.
No, I don't reckon he is. I reckon he's going too fast.
He did a 3:59 flat last time by.
Yep.
And he's closing in on this lap.
Yeah, so based on the facts that these drivers are all going flat out, we expect that they're all going to have to come back down pit lane, probably sometime in the next 3 or 4 laps for a splash of fuel. Which raises another question. Do you take it now and try and get a bit of an undercut, or do you leave it as late as possible? I'm thinking you probably leave it a bit later to minimise your possibilities of getting caught up in traffic when you rejoin the circuit.
There's also no undercut to be gained. You're not taking any tyres. Overcut will work because, obviously, the later you leave it, the less speed on the car, the lighter the car becomes, the quicker it goes.
This is true. As we said, Brad Clegg slingshotting past the Bostic Alternative Freight Services Audi of Brady Carr.
Speaking of pace, Van Gisbergen was a tenth away from his fastest lap of the race last time by, a 3:56.9.
Yep, so he took 8/10 of a second out of Jackson Suzlin Harlow and Job Stewart. So gets the margin back down to 2.5 seconds. They've now pulled well clear of fourth place Blake Purdy. So right now you'd have to say it is shaping up as a three-way contest between these drivers, but still some unanswered questions in terms of strategy and fuel range with these drivers. Tyrone De Silva and Daniel Yeaman now heading pit side, along with James Foster for his pit lane drive-through penalty.
Steve Johnson's not had a particularly busy race. Started 40th, got as high as 24th, but now he's back in 31st and all by himself. Van Gisbergen's gone by Stewart.
Yeah, that's just happened off screen, but I've seen that it's come up on my timing, so here we go. I wonder if Job Stewart maybe made a mistake and got a slowdown or something, because he's fallen way back off Jackson Suzlin Harlow, who was right up behind as well. Here's the move, or here is the move, and it was done in a straight line by SVG. Yeah, I reckon that Job Stewart's had some sort of issue which has caused that car to slow down.
Van Gisbergen's cut the gap in half on this lap to the race lead.
Yeah, he's flying at the moment, SVG. He's got pace to burn in that McLaren. We saw that he made that mistake
about those two very slow laps, though.
Well, one of them we know that he made a mistake running off into the grass, and I think the other slow lap that he did was one where he got the slowdown. So
he's not worth that much time, he wouldn't have thought, because they cost him, based off the previous lap, the first one cost him 4 seconds, and based off the next lap, the second one cost him 3.7. So, yeah, still curious, I think. Either way, he's recovered from whatever happened and is blisteringly quick now.
So here's Ian McMahon, one of our drivers on the two-stop strategy, who has worked his way back up to 18th position, and still with a number of the cars ahead that are still going to need an extra pit stop to make it home. The highest place of the cars that can make it all the way to the end on our numbers is Kobe Williams in position 14, and he's currently 68 seconds off the lead of the race. Kobe Williams' last stop, he spent 48.4 seconds in pit lane altogether.
Well, your top two stay out. Top three, even.
Yeah, so they've now been out for 10 laps, the top three, so they've probably got another 2 laps of fuel on board based on what we've seen for everybody else, as SVG lights up the timing screens with a 3-minute 56.1 in the McLaren, so 7/10 of a second quicker than he went earlier in the race. And that was massively quicker than Jackson Suzlin Harlow, the race leader. SVG was 1.7 seconds than JSH, and SVG the only driver who's been in the 356s all race long.
he had the benefit of 2 handy slipstreams off Stewart and Harlow, but that's still a very, very quick lap. Brady Carr comes to pit road, followed by Aaron Shields. They both hit from the fringes of the top 10 as Ellery continues with his headlights still in eternal flashing. There's Williams up to 14th now. Make that 12th. How high can he go? Highest driver to make a definite final stop.
I still reckon that based on the drivers ahead of him that have to pit, he is looking good to come out somewhere in the top 5 once all the pit stops are complete. And look at that, in Kobe Williams' room, it's getting light again.
I think that's a light being given off by the screen in front of him. Certainly a lot of light coming off it with that sun glaring in his eyes.
As we see that Kobe Williams has just made a bit of a mistake and popped a slow-down penalty on the exit of one of the corners. Only 7/10 of a second separating our race leaders, less than that now. Here is the battle for the lead between Jackson, Suzel and Harlow in the Altus Esports Audi R8 and Shane Van Gisbergen in the McLaren MP4 12C GT3. Job Stewart still lurking there in the background in position 3. But lost time to both Suzel and Harlow and Van Gisbergen on the previous lap.
This is very interesting, isn't it? To see whether we're going to have another pit stop from these top 3 guys, or the top 13, I guess. Can anyone make it on fuel? And is Van Gisbergen going to go for the lead here? He's certainly now within range, but if they are going to pit, can he sit behind, save some fuel, and jump him in the road?
I think the answer to that question is going to be that SVG wants the lead back. He pulls up alongside the Altus Esports Audi, but he is on the outside of Suzel and Harlow. He's going to try and go the long way. Is there enough grip out there? Yes, there is. And SVG gets the number 97 McLaren back to the front.
I tell you what, Harlow definitely fought that. He hung there, but just couldn't keep the car there. Now they flash by the pit road entrance. It looked like Harlow was going to come, but he was just opening up the entrance to the final sequence.
So they stay out again. They've now been on the circuit for 11 laps. I reckon based on what we've seen previously, they'll probably have to come in the next time around as we look back to Ian McMahon, the highest place of our 2 stopping drivers, in 17th position at this stage.
.7 seconds back to Job Stewart now. So he's starting to fall away from these guys. 10 seconds back to Purdy. 28 seconds back to Candola in 5th. Purdy very lonely out there at the moment.
I wonder if somebody is going to try and pull a miracle strategy and get to the end of the race on fuel without stopping again. The problem is that it's 44 seconds now from the race leader back to 8th position, which was almost the amount of time it would take you to take a splash of fuel. So, yeah, you might try and conserve and you might just be able to make it home, but I think you lose more time than what it takes to come in for the splash.
I mean, the pit road is relatively long. I mean, you've got to dive onto the limiter before you head through the chicane that is on the pit road entry. But you're not going to be stationary for very long at all. You're not going to take tyres. You're going to take as little amount of fuel as you can, which is only going to be a handful of litres with now 4 laps to go in this one. What are we looking at here? Over
Probably
the
a bit of
curbs.
opposite lock, I reckon, from David Hughes, though. Big slide coming out of the last corner. And with these GT cars, you don't want to get sideways in them because they don't give you a lot of reaction or correction time.
Very easy when you get sideways to snap back the other way and trying to correct it. You got to really finesse the steering wheel when you save a car, which makes the saves from Heimgartner and Van Gisbergen out in the grass to the corner Hazer just went through even more remarkable. Stewart's made a mistake on this lap. Look at the gap now. It's at to 5.4.
Yeah, Jackson, Suzel and Harlow still staying with Van Gisbergen, though. Only 4/10 of a second separating the two race leaders. So Suzel and Harlow not giving up without a fight just yet. And he'll be looking to stay in the draft of SBG and save some fuel before we get to this final splash that we expect is going to be coming up. I reckon the leaders are going to be in this lap, because we've got Ben Dahlia running off the road at one of the lanes.
One thing I've noticed, Harlow is incredibly aggressive on the brakes. He's closing in massively. It's hurting him off the exits, but with Van Gisbergen being right in front of him, he's actually getting a net gain down the straights in that slipstream.
Oh, it's like we might have been a few cars involved in that incident. Ben Dahlia, Reece Cohen was involved in that one as well. Here is Jackson Suzel and Harlow and Shane Van Gisbergen having to negotiate a laps car. SVJ stays out. JSH comes in. Interesting. So SVG is going to stretch it out to a 13-lap stint. And we saw before that when Tyler Collins tried to do that, and it didn't really work out for him. He had to save a lot of fuel. Maybe SVG's got something up his sleeve to get one extra lap out of the McLaren. Blake Purdy in the pits now as well.
Well, let's see if Van Gisbergen can make it the extra lap, because everyone is on pit road. Remember those 2 slow laps to Van Gisbergen? They may be the difference for him.
Well, we saw that Tyler Collins made it, didn't we? Just.
Yeah.
He only just made it, but he was still able to make it 13 laps. So if SVG has somehow managed to save a bit of fuel in this stint, that will explain how he can get the extra lap out of it. And of course, the extra lap that you can go now means less fuel that you need to have on board for the final stint of the race, which means a lighter car.
No change in the lane. It's still Harlow from Stewart. Connell closed up massively at the back of Stewart.
Well, Jeff Connell stayed out as well, so he's another one who's going to stretch it out to a 13-lap stint.
That'll be why.
So Kobe Williams back up to position 7 as these pit stops now start to play out. Amrit Kandol has done a good job as well in this race in one of the other McLarens. He's been hovering in and around the top 10 all race. Currently in at 6th position with all of his pit stops out of the way.
But Ben Holiday, we saw him in the thick of the action for a lot of the mid portion of this race. He's just been served a drive through. But he is arguing the point that he redressed. So we'll see whether that comes to fruition or not. He's currently back in
21st position, Ben Holiday.
Thank you. He's been in and around that spot all day long, hasn't he? Been a good job of staying very consistent there.
So SVG is currently 43.9 seconds ahead of Jackson, Suzel and Harlow. He's actually extended the margin a little bit in the last sector, so SVG still pushing on based on the speed that's coming out of the McLaren at the moment, not really in any sort of fuel-saving mode.
Yeah, I think those 2 laps were a safe fuel for him to try and go an extra lap in the stint. Now with Harlow not in the tow, as a mistake there for Matt Lapino. With Harlow not in the tow anymore, you might find he loses a bunch of time on this lap without SVG to pull him along. And this is going to be a shorter stop for Van Gisbergen as well.
Yep, so he just needs to nail the pit entry, make sure that he doesn't speed on the way into the pits. And then ensure that the pit stop's executed properly as well. Here we go, hustling the McLaren in on the brakes, back to the speed limit.
Perfect.
Nicely done for SVG. So he'll come on in, he'll get this final stop out of the way. And the critical thing here will be, where does he join the track relative to Jackson, Suzel and Harlow? We're looking at Jeff Connell, and we're expecting that he'll be headed pit side this time around as well.
Update on Holiday, he does have to serve that drive-through penalty. Sam Blacklock explaining the reasoning behind that, and Holiday accepting the decision. I mean, you can't really not accept when race control gives you a penalty, can you? All right.
This is it. So here comes Jackson, Suzel and Harlow through the final chicane. Shane Van Gisbergen just about to be released.
Wow. That's a big gap.
Out comes FBG, and yeah, if anything, he has opened up the margin. Shane Van Gisbergen back to Jackson, Suzel and Harlow, as we expected Jeff Connell is heading down pit lane as well.
Opened it by a big margin. So 3 laps to go here. The gap's now 6.6.
Yeah, wow. So staying out the extra lap for SVG has paid dividends. It's now out to 7 seconds as they cross the first timing split. Joe Stewart a further 5 seconds behind. So everything's now settled down, and interesting to see what sorts of lap times these drivers are able to do in the final few laps. But Joe Stewart is going to have to pull out something pretty special if he wants to win it from here. And so too is Jackson, Suzel and Harlow. However, the podium finish for Job Stewart will enable him to extend his championship lead, given that his chief title rival, Paul Auditori, is down in 8th position.
I think Van Gisbergen can afford to just put it in. No! Putting it in the fence there is Matt Lapino. And that will be big damage to the front right of that Audi.
And that's the car that was sitting in position 11 at the time as well. So not nice to have that sort of incident so close to the end of the race. And it'll be a pretty big task for Matt Lapino to get that car home, or he might in fact decide that he brings it into the pits to get the damage repaired with a couple of laps to go.
There's SVG, probably in cruise control now. Got a comfortable gap. And Harlow was close, but in the end, with 7 minutes to go, I don't think he's going to be close enough. Stewart's comfortable as well. Purdy's comfortable in 4th. So these guys are all now pretty much sorted out behind them, that the battles will resume as Kane Thornhill goes by McMahon there down the straight. McMahon immediately tucking back into his slipstream.
McMahon's a bit marginal on fuel here, because there's still 2.5 laps to go. He's been on the circuit for 10.5 laps since his last stop, so he's going to be stretching the fuel tank right to its limit if he's going to make it home without a splash, because he was on the 2-stop strategy, but he came in quite early for his second pit stop compared to the other cars that were on the 2-stopper, including Kane Thornhill. So yeah, I reckon McMahon's definitely in fuel-saving mode to try and get to the end without having to do an extra stop.
The general pace of the whole field has been really impressive. Obviously, it's a long lap, but 2 hours long, you still expect a few people to go a lap down. We've still got 37 drivers on the lead lap here. Obviously, the safety car has helped, but that's mighty impressive. A couple guys 1 or more laps down. In fact, only one car a solitary lap down. That's Yarwood. And then everyone else has run into issues and is actually either on pit road getting damage repaired or has been on pit road getting damage repaired.
So there'll be 2 laps to go this time around with 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And it's been vintage SVG tonight, hasn't it? He always likes a challenge of having to fight his way back from a bit further back in the pack, and we saw that his first pit stop was quite a bit longer than a lot of the other cars in the field, but the way that he was able to charge his way back up the order, particularly in the night stint where we saw that he was involved in a pretty ferocious battle with track position just after that safety car restart, where he was able to come from 9th up to 3rd in basically half a lap. Really, really impressive stuff.
Is it vintage SVG if he never really went away? Now it's just a sign of its form as of late, isn't it?
Pretty much. So here's Ian McMahon, who's now coming under attack from Jack Boyd. And then also James Foster, who's fighting back from that drive-through penalty earlier on. And look at that, Ian McMahon lifting and coasting. He's back right out of the pace, Ian McMahon, trying to get that Ferrari to the finish line without having to do an extra pit stop. And that's the thing, sometimes when you work it out, you might be losing a few seconds a lap to try and save fuel. When you add it up, it can sometimes actually work out that you would have been better off just taking the extra pit stop and still being able to drive at 100%.
Emerson, Harvey, and Paul Sorry, they're going to take it down the way ahead to set pace. Battling away for 7th.
So, seems to be a couple of little technical issues with Ryan Jones's microphone, though, but he's trying to call this battle between Paul Auditore and Emerson Harvey, and Harvey moves across on Auditore in the braking zone there. That's a little bit naughty there. You're not supposed to change your line in the braking zone, and Paul Auditore had to jump on the brakes there to make sure that there wasn't contact between the two cars. Oh, contact. There is contact now in a straight line. And it is Emerson Harvey that gets turned around. And I'll be interested to have another look at the vision of that one. Emerson Harvey's obviously got massive damage to his BMW, which is crabbing diagonally down the road now. But when two cars make contacts like that on a straight, where they're supposed to be travelling in a straight line, it's never a good thing, because it means that drivers have been moving over on one another when they really should have been giving each other racing room. So that all actually started a bit further back when Auditore was squeezed by Emerson Harvey in the braking zone. There. And he had to back out of that one. But the contact between the two cars was made on the next straight. So Auditore had a better exit from the corner. He tucked into the slipstream of Emerson Harvey. But it's when he pulls out and draws alongside Harvey that the contact's made. So he's alongside him there. Ooh, very hard to call that one. I don't really want to apportion blame one way or the other, because hard to say who did what to who, whether Auditore maybe jinked right or Harvey moved to the left. Very, very hard to make a judgment call.
Look at that lap.
Camera angles. We've got Ryan Jones's microphone working again, and Shane Van Gisbergen on the second last lap of the race punches out a 3-minute 55.8. Nobody else has even got into the 356s in this race. So Shane Van Gisbergen setting fastest laps for fun, just to put an exclamation mark on this performance. We are now on the last lap, and he leads the race by 10.2 seconds over Jackson Suzlin-Harlow.
Yeah, he's really put this one to bed in the final stint, hasn't he? Stretching out to a massive gap and asserting his dominance over the field with a stunning lap time. Wouldn't surprise me if he goes quicker again on the final lap of the race. James Foster has to bring it to pit road. It's for a very late splash. No, he doesn't.
In real life motorsport, you get penalised there for crossing the pit lane demarcation line. Not sure what the rules are in iRacing, but anyway, James Foster thought about coming to the pits, but then changed his mind. So here is the Giz working his way down the Mulsanne straight for the final time. Time clock has elapsed on this 2-hour race. So we are now on the final lap, and we will complete a total of 29 laps around the Circuit de la Sarthe in 2 hours. Still got 20 cars within a minute and 44 seconds of one another as well. So Steve Nellery, though, having to come in for a late pit stop, potentially for a bit of a fuel top-up.
And Van Gisbergen will be breathing easy, won't he? If he looks in his mirrors, he'll see no one. Not even the slower cars behind. Might see the flames coming out the exhaust pipe. But that's about it. 12 seconds. Even on this lap, the gap is stretched to 2 seconds. He's not lifting off, is he?
No, and again, it hasn't gone all Shane Van Gisbergen's way tonight. Let's not forget he was shuffled all the way back down towards the tail end of the top 20 after the first round of pit stops, when he was stationary in pit lane for a lot longer than everybody else. So he has had to work hard for this one, but he's had the pace to be able to do it. And in this final stint where he's been able to be up the front and he's been able to maximise the performance of the McLaren, he has simply had pace to burn. He negotiates his way through the Porsche curves here for the final time.
And it burnt it, has he done so incredibly well. Been up and down just a little bit, but at the end of it all, he's in the one spot that matters.
So into the Ford chicane on this final lap. 2 corners left to negotiate for the McLaren driver. And it is Shane Van Gisbergen who comes through to break the checkered flag and win round number 4 of the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries presented by Kincrome Tools at the Le Mans circuit. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow for Altus Esports comes home in position 2. And it will be Job Stewart who extends his championship lead with his 3rd podium finish from 4 rounds. Battles continuing a bit further back in the pack. Job Stewart has come home in 3rd ahead of Blake Purdy, but Paul Auditore losing a spot to David Huso. Paul Auditore probably sporting a bit of damage after that late contretemps that we saw on the Mulsanne straight, but looking to keep intact his record, his perfect record for top 10 finishes in the Speed Cafe GT3 E-Series, which he will do by coming home in 9th position.
Yeah, just going to lose out to Hueso on the last lap here. Not quite able to get him. Damage to his car as well. But that won't affect him as he picks up another top 10. Paul Auditore.
Ian McMahon in a massive fuel-saving campaign at the end of this race, battling it out with one of our championship front runners, Reece Cohen, and contacts between the two cars, and Ian McMahon on the last lap gets fired off into the wall. I wonder if maybe he was lifting and coasting there, Ian McMahon, at a part of the circuit that Reece Cohen wouldn't have been expecting him to, and that's what's resulted in those two cars making nose-to-tail contact. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, thanks to motor simulation. He was desperate to get by. On the grass.
He's on his own.
Yeah, on the grass. He was
contact.
trying to pull away. In fact, did I just see he spun as well from behind? I think in the distance I saw another car spinning.
Was that Brady Carr? Yeah, the Bostic Audi R8.
And he's out of fuel.
He's going to need some assistance to get to the checkered flag. You'll get a push across the line, Brady Carr. So he's run out of fuel within sight of the checkered flag. So that's a miscalculation there. Obviously did not take on enough fuel during his final pit stop to be able to get to the finish line.
Well, it definitely stretched that fuel to the absolute limit, didn't he?
Ian McMahon needing to get a push home, so he has run out of fuel as well. We always suspected that he was going to be marginal.
Emerson
Harvey, who we saw having the contretemps with Paul Auditori, is back in the pits. And here is Ian McMahon coasting to the finish line. Along with Brady Carr, so both those cars just coasting downhill, and they are going to make it home and get classified as finishers.
Sam Batty as well, just about coming across the line. Some of these guys got caught right in front of the leader. Had to do an extra 4 minutes of racing. He'll come across in 31st.
So the other two cars that are yet to take the flag, Robert Chrisdale, who just comes through now, and also Barry Clinton. Here's confirmation of your results, and it's a 10.8 second win for Shane Van Gisbergen over Jackson Suzlin Harlow. Back then to Job Stewart, Blake Purdy, Emmerich Candola, Kobe Williams, Jeff Connell, David Huso, Paul Auditore, and Matt Lupino, rounding out your top 10.
Kane Thornhill and Aaron Shield, 7th and 12th. Jack Boyd, James Foster, Tyrone De Silva, and Brad Clank, Jordan Boys, Benjamin Dahlia, Ryan Healy, and Steve Johnson, your top 20.
Then it's Ray Oliver back to Dalton Ellery, Daniel Yeaman, Jason Makovsky, Reece Cohen, Stephen Ellery, Tyler Collins, Brady Carr and Ian McMahon both getting a bit of assistance to get to the line, and Cam McDougall in 30th position.
You see the last year lead that finishes Sam Batty, Robert Chrisdale, and Peric Linton. And then Emerson Harvey, Macaulay Jones, Ben Bless, William Yarwood, Ben Holiday, John Martin, and Jackson Johnston, your top 40 field, rounded out by your final 5 drivers: Andre Heimgartner, Harvey Price, Jack Kofed, and Trent Gribble. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the podium presentation for round 4 of the SpeedCafe.com GT3 Eseries. In 3rd place overall, congratulations to Job Stewart, our championship leader. He extends his points lead with his 3rd podium finish for 4 rounds. Job, you must be satisfied to be back on the podium after the tough run at the Nürburgring last week.
Yeah, it's great to be back on the podium. Pretty tough race the whole way. Especially with this track. There was a few tight moments in there, but yeah, it was pretty fun throughout the whole race.
We saw that you had a bit of a spin early in the race. I think it looks like you maybe caught one of the painted curbs as you were turning in, and that flicked the car around. What happened from your perspective?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Just touched the painted curb, and as soon as I got on the brakes, just looped the car around. But luckily after that, there was a safety car, so I was able to catch back up pretty quickly.
How did the strategic side of things work out for you tonight?
Yeah, we had a few different ideas, but we just went with a simple one of just filling the car up each stop and then worked it out for the last stop. And yeah, the fuel for it worked out pretty well for us. And we took tyres in the second stop. Some people took tyres in the first stop, but yeah, I think taking tyres in the middle was the best option.
Now, obviously, one of the great things about tonight has been the opportunity to race in the dark at the Le Mans circuit. How much did you enjoy the nighttime stint?
It was fun sometimes, but there was a few hairy moments because it's kind of pretty hard to see. There's no lights really at that track, so I was kind of glad when it got back today. But yeah, the night was still pretty fun.
In that last stint, you held down a very solid third position. Did you have anything to be able to take the fight up to Susan and Harlow tonight?
No, the pace wasn't really there. I was kind of keeping with them in the tow, but as soon as they broke out of the tow, I just had no chance in keeping up.
In terms of the championship, though, third place, some valuable points in the bag, and you extend your points lead. How are you feeling heading into the last two rounds at Daytona and Bathurst?
I'm feeling pretty confident now after that round. After Nürburgring, I was a bit hesitant, but yeah, after this strong result, it's feeling pretty confident now.
Finally, I'm sure there are some people in the background, as always, that you would like to thank.
Yeah, thanks to Erebus Academy for all their hard work and all their help. Thanks to my sim team, Pursuit Sim Racing, and thanks to Kincrome for the awesome prizes.
Good stuff. Congratulations to Job Stewart, third place today. In second place tonight for the Logitech G Altus Esports team, congratulations to Jackson Suzlin Harlow, and he is standing by for a chat with Ryan Jones.
Hello.
No.
Yep. Hey, hello. Good job. A good weekend for you. Walking with P2 today. Can't complain with that after running second to Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, definitely can't complain. It was good race. We put it on pole, so that was good. I felt I threw everything at it. I was trying to probably overdrove it a bit too much. Like that McLaren was a rocket ship tonight, and obviously with Shane driving it was going to be hard to beat. So threw everything at it. Got a couple slowdowns, which was a big mistake of mine. But yeah, when you're pushing that hard, it's very easy to get slowdowns there. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, all in all, good race.
How hard was it to keep up with the track? Obviously, almost a 24-hour cycle squeezed into 2 hours. Track would have been changing quite a bit.
Yeah, track was changing heaps. I really liked it like that. It was who could adapt the most. I felt the Audi was really good in the night time when the track was really cold. Like when I got that clean air out front, I was pulling away, I think, more than a second a lap, and I felt really comfortable. But as soon as came back to day, and yeah, the track heated up a bit more, the car just felt like really slippery, like really on the edge every time through Porsche curves and that, especially every time I tried carrying too much speed or anything, the rear would just try and give way. So it was like a death trap, but yeah, it just makes you a better driver. So it was good fun.
Yeah, it's certainly like a good battle out there. Obviously, you pitted a lap before Van Gisbergen, and you pitted with the rest of the field pretty much. Shane had 2 laps where he was quite off the pace. Do you think he was saving fuel there? Do you think you could have saved the fuel to go the extra lap? And was that maybe the difference and why he was able to pull such a big margin in the pit stop phase?
Yeah, I probably should have saved a bit more fuel, but the strategy I was going with, like in a wheel-to-wheel race with Shane, I wouldn't have beat him. The McLaren was way too quick down the straights. Like honestly, he basically could just pass me around the outside. So I had to beat him on outright pace. So I just threw everything at it, tried getting away early, but didn't really work. And then in the pit stop, I made mistake with the fuel. Like I was getting told I was in with my mates and they were putting in that much, but they didn't take as much fuel as me on the other stop. So I took how much they're taking. So I ended up being 13 litres too much at the end of the race. So that's not ideal. But all in all, I don't think I could have beat Shane if it wasn't for like an accident or any of that stuff. So yeah, I think first and second is where we should have came.
Well, either way, not a bad result for you. And before we let you go, who are the people that get done for you?
Just a massive thanks to Altus Esports, the Chiefs, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Modem Simulation, Cube Controls, all the guys for a fun race, and you guys for doing the commentary.
Thank you very much, and good luck next week.
Cheers.
There we go. Jackson Susan Harlow, our runner-up tonight. Our round winner, Shane Van Gisbergen, of course. He's not actually in the chat tonight, but big congratulations to SMG on a comprehensive race victory. And a big thank you as well to Kincrome, our major sponsor for the speedcafe.com GT3 Eseries. That wraps up round number 4 of the Speed Cafe GT3 Eseries. A reminder that round number 5 is not in the regular time slot on Sunday night. It will instead be held on Friday evening. Make sure you stay tuned to speedcafe.com for the details on that one. Hope you've enjoyed round number 4 of the Speed Cafe GT3 A-Series. You've been watching it exclusively on speedcafe.com. On behalf of my co-commentator Ryan Jones, I'm Lachlan Mansell. See you next time.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going in the outside of both of them. Maloney! Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh my God! Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.